I used to play the trap spot, propped on the block like I was part of the backdrop. Now it's scale, props, effects, and backdrops. The right lighting, you never catch me biting. Say you make it look so real when you pose the figures fighting. I caught lightning, stuck it in the detour. Replicate epic scenes from the Creed War. Compose pieces with artists that span the globe. Fearsome foes, Spidey in the picture perfect pose. Insert the comic book cutout to shoot a show. Oh, you ain't know? Yo, everybody know me. I made nerds cool, cool nerd like my man Zobi. Took the everyday display, gave it a spark. Welcome to articulated comic book art. Book art, 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 book art,
Tell me where the freaks. Yo, what's up, girls and boys? It's time to make some noise. Cause I'm back and I'm on this track now. Let's talk about some plastic toys. You can bet I pose them all. Legends to Dragon Balls, Batman and Kaijus and Kamen Riders. I collect them all. Gotta make sure your posing's tight though. Make sure your lighting's right yo. Keep it contained because you train for this your entire life, bro. So please don't adjust your TV. This is your host, Moncheesy. Sit back and relax and learn this fact. Posing ain't easy.
Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detox. Catch me at the toy shops. 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 Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detox. Catch me at the toy shops. This ain't for no scalper. You a scalper? Then fuck out shit. This one's for them real collectors. That's army building and posing figures. Marvel Legends, imports, mini maybe I'm fucking with them. Hype beasts, we know about you. Stay buying figs, don't know about them. Boog nice, my nigga. A.C.B.A been popping lately off top. My nigga, they cut out game be too amazing. MUs, my nigga, that's that shit that don't amaze me. This was for my niggas, that's really about they legends. Shouts out to Savage Poop, my niggas out in Texas. I don't fuck with no scalper, nigga, fuck what you selling. I'm all up in the toy aisle, I'm kicking kids, I'm reckless. My nigga built Maruby on that Google chat straight flexing. Look, I pop the package, I smell it. Pop the package, I smell it. Me and my nigga Tiny at the toy fair straight spinning. They asked you for that Deadpool and he ain't asked no questions. We too fly, I know this. Let me give your ass a checklist. Got the Giant Man, got that Ares, that Cable bruh, it's nothing. I get the Blue Wire, Silver Luke Cage, that Dragon Man, then I'm stunning. And this song for them fuck niggas that's hating on your collection. Yeah, they talking all that shit, but it's A.C.B.A, we reppin'. Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detox. Catch me at the toy shops. 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 Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detox. Catch me at the toy shops. I'll take that. We're taking that right there.
Man, I used to play the trap spot, propped on the block like I was part of the backdrop. Now it's scale, props, effects, and backdrops. The right lighting.
Y'all ready?
Yeah, let's go.
We are live, Boog.
Oh, we are live. Yes, sir.
We're officially back at it.
That's crispy.
You know,
Yes, sir. We're officially back at it. Boog, nice. Coming at you with the Articulated Comic Book Art Podcast, episode 134, I believe. Am I right?
Yep.
Yes. All right, cool. Look at you, man. What's going on over there?
God,
You feeling sexy and shit? What's happening?
Are we all turning off lights? All right, we can get that popping. Let me turn on Barry White mode real quick.
Let's go.
No doubt. But yeah, we back. I got my boys with me, Pan Cheesy, Fabster. Rick is going to be joining us shortly, I believe. We got a stacked show. We got some things happening right now, breaking right this moment. I guess we need to touch on. But how you guys doing? How was your week?
Poncho, you go.
Oh, okay. My week is great, man. I have, you know what? I don't know what the fuck I've been doing, dude. I don't know what's going on. The week has been good. I will say real quick, thanks to everybody's generous donations, we were able to source a stream deck for the chat for the stream.
Yeah.
So,
Viewers like you.
yeah, thanks to viewers like you. So we'll definitely be getting into that this episode for sure.
No doubt. I'm super excited about us sticking to the script and keeping our word and saying that everything that you guys put into the show, we're going to put into the show. So thank you to everybody who has donated from the beginning, from the time that we started taking donations. I guess this was in November or whatever, but literally every dollar has gone back into the show. So thank you very much. And yeah, man, let's what about you, Fabio? What was your week like, your past?
Man, I had a pretty good week. I was actually supposed to work on something I've referenced before that I can't talk about again this week, but weather in LA got really bad. Which means there was a light sprinkling and traffic was horrendous.
I was just about to say that. I was like, does that mean that it just rained a little bit?
No, there were some serious storms. I was watching wrestling on Wednesday, and there was like a pretty serious storm. But, it's like one of those come and go things. It's not something that persists, but it messes up everything. So all that stuff got moved to next week. But now I got all of my like Mezco stuff came this week, and it's just been like a crazy, Mezco week altogether. So that's been pretty cool to absorb. So that's made my week pretty good.
Yeah, I'm eagerly awaiting the moment that you can unveil or reveal what you had going on for the past few months, and we could talk about it.
Same here.
Yeah, that'll be sick. But moving on. Boog, how was your week though?
My week was good actually. It was pretty tame, pretty quiet. I don't know, good vibes, good week. Got to see everybody that I want to see and do everything I want to do for this week. Leading up into to next week's going to be my birthday week, so I'm excited about that.
Oh yeah, me too.
That's right. Yeah, me and you both. Pisces.
Yeah, my birthday is 3 days.
Yep.
Oh dang!
Damn, yeah, I totally forgot.
That's right. Yeah, mine is in 4 days, 5 days. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Mine's in like 4 weeks.
Oh, dude. Okay, so this is a birthday episode, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of March birthdays in the community. Every year I see more and more people. But yeah, man, pretty excited about that. But my week was good. Nothing crazy happened. But glad to be here and moving on with this episode. So let's jump right in. P, what we got going on?
Yeah, so this week's topics consists of Hasbro, Tamashii Nations, Amazing Yamaguchi, Mondo in the Mix, McFarlane, NECA, Loyal Subjects rearing its head once again, Mezco, Conspiracy Theory Time, Miscellaneous, and
we're saving it for the end because there's stuff developing as we speak. We are in direct competition with original like Mezco developments.
Oh no, Fabio's holding his tin hat right now.
I got my updates going on behind the scenes. I may just out in excitement at some point if I read something cool.
Okay, so let's pop right into Hasbro, I guess. Did you want to say something, Boog? My bad.
No. I was saying let's move into it. But I don't even remember what the Hasbro news was this week. What was it?
Well, there was the Scarlet Witch reveal finally. So of course, we're starting the show with WandaVision spoilers instead of ending it because we have had enough time at this point.
Yeah.
Both Marvel Legends and Diamond Select revealed their WandaVision figures, and a couple other companies too. But
I kind of feel like Hasbro was kind of forced to put out those images. I don't know, because I feel like not forced, but we actually saw the first image of the Hasbro WandaVision Scarlet Witch from Entertainment Weekly. So they actually broke or revealed the first images, and then Hasbro revealed them on their Instagram, I guess the next day, basically. But the first image of Wanda was through the Entertainment Weekly platform or through their website or what have you, and we saw that, and they had their logos real big on there. but yeah, the next day Hasbro showed. Actually, you know what? I believe that we also saw those images of the White Vision, like right after Entertainment Weekly had put up their post, and then the next day or the day after that, I don't remember, Hasbro put out images of Wanda and the White Vision together, which basically confirmed that that wasn't like some custom or something like that. So we're definitely going to be getting MCU, WandaVision, Scarlet Witch, and White Vision. I'm not 100% sure if the White Vision is based off the original Vision that we had, the MCU Vision for Marvel Legends, if it's just that same buck painted all white, basically. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe somebody in the chat can confirm that. But yeah, they look pretty good. And then the next day after that, Diamond Select revealed their Scarlet Witch. And there is some noticeable differences between the deco between the two. I am under the impression that the Marvel Select version is more accurate, though. I'm not 100% on that, but from what I saw, it looks like it's more accurate. But, I'm not really the 7-inch scale collector, so I wouldn't be picking that up from Select unless they have some really nice base or backdrop or something packed in there. Speaking of which, I still need them damn bookshelves.
Yeah, Marvel Select definitely looks more depressed than the...
Yeah. It also looks more accurate. It seems like Marvel Legends is still, doing the pre kind of rendered art before the final costume on screen look, concept art kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So you're seeing some stuff here that, some details on the Diamond Select that are definitely not on the Marvel Legends.
You got to think that Hasbro is like kind of after so many times this has happened, like especially with like Endgame being like the most like egregious one. Like Disney hands them like concept art like a year before any of these things are finalized, and they finally put out their figures, and like they're all like, yeah man, this is gonna be super great. Then the trailer comes out.
Yo, killing me with this.
It's crazy, dude.
One thing I forgot to mention here, these effects we've seen before, the little circular like magical effects around her wrist or whatever, but I don't think we've had these sort of like translucent hands for a female figure before. I'm not 100% sure on that, but either way, it would be good for any sort of like magic-based female character and or any character that has some sort of like energy projection powers or something like that. So,
absolutely.
You know me, I'm always after the different head sculpts and hands and stuff like that to help to add a little spice to your A.C.B.A. But
and I believe the canon term for this is her wiggly woos.
Wiggly woos, okay.
Her magic wiggly woos. That's right.
So yeah, man. I don't think they had an official release date for the Marvel Legends version, but I do think there was a release date for the Select version. I believe when Marvel Legends put up their post, or when Hasbro Pulse put up their post, it said the release date would be announced somewhere down the line, or to be announced, to be determined, something like that. So we'll see what's going on with that. And I'd like to see if there is some base included with this Select figure, because that is usually one of the most attractive things about Select, is some of the extra things they give us.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, what base could she come with, or what accessories? Probably magic effects for sure, but
a plot of land.
Yeah. maybe a letter with a little heart on it.
Yeah, the deed.
The deed.
I hope the Legends one comes with a cloak. That'd be cool.
That'd be cool.
But they probably
That
didn't have
would
it.
be dope. That'd be dope.
And
Yeah.
Diamond Select did show an alternate head with the hood up as well.
She has no head.
Really, I was just about to comment on that. All right, that's dope. Yeah, there we go with the white Vision. I don't know. The Vision looks a little malnourished to me, man.
Yeah, right.
Even more so than the show, a little bit, huh?
Yeah. Look at him.
Yeah, he looks a little skinny. Yeah.
When Paul Bettany's in his like full like Vision gear or whatever, he looks buff. Like he doesn't look, this looks really slender. So that actually, I'm trying to remember. Do I still have that other Vision figure? I don't know. This is leading me to believe that this is not the same scope, though. I don't know.
I want to say it's not, especially like in like the crotch area. Like it's just like there's more like what do you call it? There's more like designs there, I guess. I don't know. And like with the gold trim and stuff like that, I feel like that sculpt wasn't in the original. I could be wrong. I haven't looked at mine in like forever, so I do not know.
I remember that figure was going for a lot of that 2-pack was going for.
That's 2-pack.
Absolutely.
Look at the feet though too. Those look like they might not be the original feet or the feet from the original Vision either. Those look small.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Let me grab mine real quick. I'll find out for sure.
Yeah, let's see. Let's get that live comparo.
Do we know that they didn't mention whether or not this was a 2-pack or anything, right?
No, but this is speculated to be part of, because we know that they're doing like a Disney Plus wave. So it's speculated this might be like just 2 of the figures in the wave, and then Bucky and all that airs, and Winter Soldier and
I'm wondering if
I should say, once all that airs, we'll see like the figures revealed like according to the episode, kind of like this.
So,
is the Disney Plus wave supposed to be like a Build-A-Figure wave though?
Mad dark.
We don't know. Let's see. Maybe
coming off.
I see you got the
By the
figure.
way,
What you think?
Yeah.
Pull up the actual figure real quick. Just the one by itself. Take a look. You know, it does look actually quite the same. The feet do look a little shorter. So let's see. So here's mine right here. The deco and the cod piece does seem similar. Like I do see the sculpt there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe a different like cape. Maybe. Let's take a look. Ooh. Yeah, the cape is definitely different, as you can see right here. The new one's more fleshed out. No pun intended.
Yeah, and it's more like a V instead of like a kind of like a curve to the neck piece.
Everything else, you know what? Now that I look at it, everything else does seem pretty similar, to be quite honest. With just maybe some like the cape is definitely different. The head sculpt may be different also.
Looks like different hands, or at least the right hand at the very least.
Oh yeah, I can't even remember if this guy came with other hands. But yeah, everything else looks to be more or less the same, actually. Dang. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for him. They got to reuse this buck finally.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they gave us the translucent one. I think the only thing really new here is the head, honestly.
You know what we need now though? We need the classic sort of comic-based White Vision, a do-over for that one, because that original figure was in a 3-pack, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And every single version had like this indentation in the head sculpt. All of them were all had a like weird sort of nick in the head sculpt. Like it was bad, and it was a lot of like paint imperfections on them, and so it was very hard to get one of those 3-packs that had all of the figures in pristine condition. So we definitely need a do-over with the like vintage series Vision body, but just the White Vision for the for your classic sort of, I guess, West Coast Avengers or whatever you want to do there.
That's a good call.
So yeah, that was I think that was it for Marvel Legends Hasbro stuff. Actually, Hasbro did reveal some other things.
Hasbro Pulse news.
Right. So they also announced on what was that? Was that Tuesday or Wednesday?
March 10th. So that was Tuesday? No,
Tuesday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. All right. So on Wednesday, they unveiled that they were launching Hasbro Pulse UK. So that is a UK based version of Hasbro Pulse where everybody across the pond could order and, have access to, I guess, exclusives and or Hasbro Pulse exclusives and also HasLab items. I would assume in the future it would be easier for them. They don't have to worry about these crazy shipping costs, and that's big. That's really a good thing for the UK, and that's a great money making move for Hasbro as well. So it's a nice thing to kind of give back to the customers to say, all right, we know that you guys been like having to go through your friends in the States or pay crazy shipping or whatever it is. And here is a treat for you guys across the pond. So I thought that was really big. I didn't read this whole press release. Did y'all read this for like specifics?
Yeah, not really.
No.
Just the usual corporate fluff.
Okay. But
That's big news for clearly all of our UK fans.
and you know what?
Absolutely.
It wasn't just an announcement where we announced this and it's coming soon. The site literally launched when they announced it, and there were things that could be ordered immediately. So that was pretty interesting.
And it says here it's gonna roll out to continue into other European markets.
Nice. Okay. So I guess what? Where else? Italy?
Hasbro Pulse West Germany.
West Germany? Hasbro Pulse Sokovia. So yeah, man, that's big news, and that's definitely Hasbro flexing their muscle and flexing some cash. That's that wasn't cheap to make this happen. Although I'm sure that they had the right projections and they're going to be making a ton of money off of it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if it opens up the whatever their Kickstarter thing is called, the HasLab, then that's huge right away.
Huge, yep, for sure. So if whatever I guess next year's HasLab project is, if they able to launch on both ends, that'd be nuts. That'd be crazy.
X-Men Blackbird incoming.
No doubt. Either that or I could see Galactus being the next one, a one-off. You don't really need multiples of Galactus, but seeing as though Galactus has been pretty prevalent over the past like 2 or 3 years in the comics, he's made a lot of appearances, and he may be one of the overarching bad guys in this next phase of Marvel.
I'd like to see that.
I would say that it might be a sure bet for HasLab Galactus. If not the next one, then the next one at least. We'll see. I think there was some Star Wars Hasbro news too, maybe.
There was just the Stormtrooper that we saw last week.
Okay.
This guy here.
All
so we can get into a little Tamashii Nations.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring this up real quick, just because it was about that. About the Pacific Rim thing. Actually, I binged the entire series in one sitting.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw the first episode.
Oh, you did? What'd you guys think?
How many episodes? I didn't watch it. How many episodes is it?
There's 7 or 9. It's 7. It's 7.
All right, I gotta take a look at it. What'd you think though?
I loved it. I mean, like, Pacific Rim is my favorite movie of all time. So like, I loved it. And I think it definitely did. It did a lot better to make me forget about Pacific Rim Uprising. Although, like, the show is set after Uprising, so it is mentioned. Not in detail, thank goodness. But I thought it was great. The story is really, really great. My wife, who like she likes Pacific Rim, like I basically just held her hostage and like made her watch the movie, of course. And like she thought it was like really cool. She liked like the little like bits of lore in it and stuff. Not so much like the giant robot fights. but like the story aspect of it. And like this series is like a really good like story series for sure. The story is really good. And the action is admittedly few and far between. But like for me, I really liked it because I like the world of Pacific Rim. I think it's really tight. I wanted to pop this on the docket just to say that the price went down for this figure. So when it initially went up for pre-order, it was $60, and then now it's down to like $44, which is like.
I don't, sorry to interrupt. I don't know if it's just for me, but it's the screen share is blurry. Yeah.
Oh, the screen share is blurry. Hang on.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just the price drop, which is really great. I mean, like, I feel like $60 is right at that threshold for a lot of people to be all like, do I want to do this? But like, I think like once you're around like 40, then it's like, okay, I don't have to think about it that much. Of course, like the ultimate, like, not even thinking about it price is like in the 30 range, of course. But, but like, I'm stoked for it, man. I think this is a really great representation of what the figure looks like in the show. And like I'm just stoked for it. And at $44, like and how could you not?
Who's the main operator for this Jaeger?
So it's a team of a brother and sister who the series follows.
Operator.
Cool.
I forgot it's two for each one, right?
Yeah. Which is like the coolest part about this series personally for me is because they dive really deep into like into what it means to have two people to pilot like Jaegers and like the mental stress that it takes on like a pilot's brain. So like if you watch the first movie and stuff, the movie opens, spoiler for like an 8-year-old movie, the movie opens with a Jaeger fight, and then it's two pilots. One of the pilots dies, and then the other pilot like walks the whole Jaeger like, you know, hundreds of miles to like, you know, I think Alaska or something like that. And they kind of brush over in the films like, hey man, you kind of don't really want to pilot a Jaeger by yourself. It's kind of messed up. And they kind of brush over like, hey man, you know, finding a compatible partner to drift with is very important. You kind of really don't want to mess that up. But it's always like kind of like just brushed. Of course, for like the sake and brevity of like a 2-hour movie, you can't really dive into all this stuff. But like the advantage of like a 7-part series is they can dedicate like basically a whole episode into like what really happens when you try and drift with somebody that's like very incompatible with yourself, or what happens when you try and drift by yourself without taking like the proper requirements and stuff. And like it really dives into that stuff, which is super tight. I think that stuff is like so cool for this show. Fabio, you said you're only an episode in?
Yeah, I was kind of watching it in the background while I was like putting stuff away.
For sure.
But you know, cool. I'm not a big like anime guy, so I thought it was fine. You know, I like the aesthetics and everything, but I'm not too deep into it.
Yeah, absolutely.
As far as the lore quite yet, but I mean, Stacker Pentecost learned that you can't pilot a Jaeger by yourself. You know, everybody can know that at that point.
But yeah, man. For anybody that's on the fence, I'd say definitely check it out. If anything, just to have some context when you pick up this really. That's basically.
Can we get some hip hop horns for some reggae horns for what's it called?
Some air horns.
Air horns, yeah.
Some reggae horns.
Oh, they're reggae horns, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, technically.
I wanted to say real quick, it's really great how I Google translated this page and it translated the name to Pacific Rim, the Dark Continent.
Oh no.
I like that. Oh wait, no, now it's Pacific Rim, the Continent of Darkness.
Google translation is wildin'. Trevor McGuire is asking, how's the animation? The animation is pretty good. I mean, of course, it's like a 3D anime. A lot, you know, figure that out however you feel about 3D anime. I don't care about 3D anime as long as
I did like that part. It reminded me of like not Transformers Armada, but you know, the series that came after where it was anime and the CGI.
Yeah, it's funny because my wife like hates that kind of animation style. Like she cannot stand 3D anime at all. But like there are parts in this show where like it really just like it's like not even. You feel like you're not even watching a 3D anime, like at all. It's like so like the tech for making these types of shows in this like engine or like technology or whatever is like blurring the line so much between traditional animation when done correctly. Like I feel like maybe within the next 5 or 10 years, like people won't even care that it's like a 3D anime. And then like go
ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
I was just gonna make a dumb joke. I'm gonna say if you just play Impact Genshin enough, you won't care anyway. Or Genshin Impact, my fault. What were we gonna say, Boog?
Cool, super cool.
I was gonna say that you guys reminded me, and I actually meant to mention this last week, but I checked out or I tried to check out the Ghost in the Shell anime that's on Netflix right now, and it too is like a sort of 3D animation, but I hate it. It's like I didn't like it at all. Me and my daughter tried to watch it, and we both was like, let's turn this shit off.
Yeah, there are definitely studios that do it like way better than some other ones. Tyrone Wested right now in chat is saying that it's better than the Berserk, the way the Berserk did it, but not as good as Transformers. So different studios definitely have a different take on like, it's just like, you know, when people make video games, like some 3D, like cell shaded.
Which Berserk? Which Berserk? What is he referring to?
Probably the 3D one that came out not super recently, but
because they had like the trilogy on Netflix. I think it's still on there actually. That one.
I would imagine so. Yeah, whatever one is 3D. I know a lot of people did not like that one just because of the art style.
I didn't mind the animation on that particular one. I don't know. It was just something about this Ghost in the Shell one that was just like, I don't know.
The last thing I'll say is like on this is like it's just like how you know some video like whenever video games do like cell shaded video games to make it look like a cartoon, like some game developers do it way better than others. Like you can look at you know you can look at somebody doing like some weird like anime game, and then you can look at like how they do like Dragon Ball Fighter Z, which literally at times looks like it's hand drawn. Like it's unbelievable. So what I was all I was gonna say is like it's just give it a couple of years and like people won't even care. Who cares? So before we move on to Amazing Yamaguchi, Pack Photos hit us with $10. Hell yeah, let's go. What else? Here to support for the A.C.B.A. crew. The stream deck y'all got is sick. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dude.
And you know what? Thank you, my friend. Let's go.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful.
What a guy.
Hawk. The bastard Hawk Photos. And of course, our good friend Rick is here. What's up, dude?
Yeah, I kind of had like a strategy going for today. There's like a party going on, so I said, okay, I'll stick the first 30 minutes so I won't have to be in and out of the podcast. And that's what I did. I was there 30 minutes, and I told everyone I'm leaving in 30 minutes. So see, I'm not gonna be here 30 minutes.
Well, real quick, how was your week, man?
It was good. I came up pretty fat, so I'm good. I'm happy. I'm living, baby.
No doubt.
Okay, all right.
Hell yeah, baby.
Yeah, I got a pair of Dunks. They go for $1,000, so they're getting the fuck out of here.
Let's go.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You there?
Post COVID Rick making big moves.
Basically.
Money moves only. Clapping emoji.
Yeah, Rick's laughing all the way to the bank for sure.
Look at this.
All right.
Look at this, man.
Look at this beauty, huh?
Yeah, well,
let's go. Yeah, Amazing Yamaguchi. This actually dropped. It was like breaking news. What, like maybe last week or a couple of weeks ago during the after show.
Yeah. And that was just like a in-hand video. It was like a demo.
Just some
that was weird but cool.
Just some guy grooving with it in hand. Pretty tight.
Did he have gloves on? Am I remembering that right?
He did.
He did.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I guess he didn't want to get the fingerprints on like the metallic paint, but like I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, this thing is crazy. Did any of you guys grab this or no?
I did pre-order it, but I didn't. I don't know what I pre-ordered it with Big Bad Toy Store when I should have just went the import route. I don't know why I did that. I guess because the Big Bad Toy Store had it up first somehow. I feel like that's what happened.
They came out pretty close to each other because I remember like I was just chilling in bed and somebody pinged me on the A.C.B.A. Discord. Join the A.C.B.A. Discord, by the way.
Hell yeah.
Whenever, yeah, it was up like at a weird time. Like usually, like pre-orders like for import stuff go up at like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning for East Coasters. But this was like 11 o'clock. They're all like, "Yo, what's up?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Okay, tight." So I just did it. Whatever. Yeah, man, this is great. Revoltech Spider-Man is one of my favorite Spider-Man figures of all time. Like, I truly love that figure, man. Like the like articulation, like scheme, and like direction and art style doesn't bug me in the slightest. I'm never gonna pose that guy vanilla anyway, so who cares?
Right. It's a very super expressive figure, like really, like it's
right there.
made to be in a vanilla pose. Although in more recent years, Revoltech, the Yamaguchi line has done a very good job of making it where some of those figures can be posed vanilla and still look decent. I.e. the cable that just came out, which looks really good, just kind of standing around. But
the All Might, that All Might is really good just standing.
Yeah, All Might too. Yeah, All Might too. And the Spidey, it just looks so awkward if you just try to stand up in a regular pose. This one actually looks like they did a better job of kind of hiding some of those bits and stuff like that. Like this looks okay, vanilla right here.
Yeah, not bad at all.
I passed up on that Iron Man.
So did I.
It's kind of making me want to go back and get him now the way they got.
I know, just seeing him next to it, I was like, damn, that Iron Man looks
colors pretty well.
Yeah, the color match is fantastic.
Yeah.
I really regret getting that Iron Man.
Yeah, I had did like a quick little news video and said that it looks like they really trying to push the Civil War era in Amazing Yamaguchi here, especially with the Cap and Iron Spider. They had a little fight in the comic books, and also Peter and Iron Man kind of went at it for a moment too, when Peter decided to kind of renege on the fact that he had unmasked basically. Right
there.
Yeah, that looks amazing. Yeah,
and it comes with four.
Yeah, they give you the option. They saw people
not even needed, but they did it.
Accurately, it's supposed to be 3, but some people might like it with 4.
Yeah,
sure. You know what's so funny? When this Iron Spider came out in like the Hot Toys version, in Hot Toys groups, there are people drilling a fourth like pocket for like a fourth Waldo in the back, and I'm like, yo, what? What are you doing?
Exactly.
So I guess they were like, all right, cool, we got you, I guess. Please.
No need to drill, baby boy. We're giving you it for free.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys have the War Machine? You don't have Iron Man, but anybody get the War Machine?
Yeah.
Nope.
I missed out on both.
Never got the Iron Man, so I didn't bother with the War Machine either.
Yeah.
So
that was up there with the Cable as far as being a good vanilla figure too. But with all those effects, who would ever?
Right.
Who would dare? I would say.
Who would dare? Yeah, this is a nice, friendly neighborhood reminder that we need this figure in Marvel Legends. I do over on this figure from Marvel Legends for sure, because that old one is freaking terrible.
Buns. It's the worst.
Fucking thing sucks.
All right. What else we got? What's next?
Next is Mondo. They showed off those spider mech things.
Real quick. Release date for Iron Spider. What was it? July.
Yes,
July 31st in Japan.
So,
2021, right?
Yeah, July 31st.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. So a summer blockbuster here.
Let's go.
All right.
I'm looking for Mondo. I don't know what the Mondo news is. Is it these guys?
Yeah, it's those guys.
Okay, all right.
They're knuckles up. Look at that. They're knuckles
More
up.
spiders.
There should be some product shots too. Yeah, when they first showed off, especially the symbiote suit, I thought these joints were Bionicles. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, they literally have Bionicle proportions. Oh my god.
Yeah, these.
These remind me of Play Arts Kai, where it's like,
you know what?
Yeah,
that's what.
God, it's so stylized. Like, what else
Yeah.
could you use?
It looks like a very good version of some like knockoff kids toy you would get in Toys R Us or something.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, that's what stood out to me about these was their little A.C.B.A shots back there.
Hell yeah.
These remind me of like a toy line Hasbro is forcing on everyone.
Yeah,
so we all know that it's for kids, and they're
now
like,
this
you
is like
guys
late
don't wanna buy
stage
these.
Toy Biz gimmicks.
I was about to say the same thing. Very like Spider Mech, like Toy Biz stuff. Funny enough, I was like scrolling through like Dave Vonner's like Instagram, and then he shared like blueprints and plans to like that Spider Mech figure that like I had talked about like months ago on like a question of the week or whatever. That was like my one like a memory I have of like a weirdo like Marvel Legends or like like Toy Biz toy. This definitely has like the same vibe, same energy for sure.
It's the same art too between these two comics, just different colors, obviously.
Yeah, it's so funny because like these don't even look like, sometimes you can look at like a figure of like a mech and you can just tell it's supposed to be like huge. These don't really give off that vibe.
No.
I didn't even know they were supposed to be huge until I saw like the cover art where they're like
160 scale. So they are supposed to be big. 160.
Oh shit. Damn.
Maybe on 170.
I would imagine these scale pretty well with like their Iron Giant maybe.
Yeah, that makes sense. This kind of reminds me of the Transformers too, where you had I can't wait for Mondo to do the Punisher where the gun comes out of his crotch.
Right, let's go.
Cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not buying these at this price.
No. It's not for me at all.
To like succeed, these needed to be like 6 inches tall and like $49.99 in my opinion.
That's wild. I really like these shots here.
These are cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
These just seem like a kind of like not like art figures, maybe. I don't know. Like, what would you call like the type of figures like Ashley Wood and stuff like that? Those are like designer figures. That's what this seems like a little bit right here.
Yeah, designer. Yeah. What was I gonna say? It would be cool if they did a Penny Parker at this scale. You know what I'm saying?
Without a question.
That'd be dope.
Yeah, like I guess it's cool, but it's like, why not do a character that literally is this? You know, it works for Iron Giant, and that's a great Iron Giant figure because it is meant to be that. If you're really good at, these 1/6 scale like mechs, just do more of those that are like actual mechs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm with you. That makes sense. So yeah, I don't know who's gonna drop 170 on some shit like this, but hey.
I mean, what about what if they do like a Big O? Big O would be perfect.
Shit. Let's go. Yeah, well, don't count your blessings with that one. Nobody's.
Well, I mean, just an example. Just other, not necessarily they have to be like the giant robot company, but there's something to be said. It's like if they're good at this and they're putting this much effort into it.
True.
Would be sick. But I think it's well done for what it is for sure.
No doubt. All right, so that's Mondo news, and shout out to Brandon, to Posable Productions, aka Batman the Articulated Series, because he has a pretty good relationship with the Mondo folks, and they send him stuff to do product shots sometime, to promote their stuff. But he will send it to me to review it, and I did get a chance to check out the Batman, the animated series Batman and Mr. Freeze. And I think I might be able to look at Catwoman at some point too. So those figures was actually pretty cool. They photograph really nicely. They're very good figures for A.C.B.A, basically, for toy photography. So, but yeah, I just want to touch on that real quick.
Very nice. Basically it for Mondo. Next up is McFarlane. If you want to just
oh boy.
Oh shit! You know what? Real quick, I did not order the Spawn for myself, but I've said this a few times. I ordered it for one of my boys outside of the country in Colombia, and I got it this week actually.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that resale is nutty.
You said what? The resale is nutty?
The resale is nutty. 300 a piece.
Really?
Yeah.
If you have all three,
might be
you
dead
can
on
almost
shit then.
You can almost get $1,000 if you have all three.
Yeah, I've seen it sell it for like 900 for the set. But
Yeah.
I feel bad because last week someone's like, "Hey, you gonna frame the list?" I'm like, "Yeah, I guess I could, and it'd be fun to do a display." I'm just gonna sell that.
Yeah, just sell it, dude.
I'm literally trying to trade it for a Blood Force Krig right now.
Who looks at that McFarlane spawn and is like, "Nah, I'd rather keep it than have $300." Like, what the fuck?
But that said, I'm on Reddit a lot, and everyone on Reddit, is actually really enjoying it. Like on just regular ass r/action figures, they're gushing over this spawn figure.
True. Yeah, your mic's kind of bugging real quick, Fabio.
Yeah. I don't know. You're getting a little feedback. I thought it was me at first.
Okay, my bad.
We'll figure it out. But yeah,
sure.
Next up.
But yeah, his shit might have got lost in the mail then.
Oh no.
No, I'm fucking around. It's actually Saya Vid on YouTube. He has a really good following because his videos are in Spanish. He's got a really good following actually on YouTube.
Is that any better?
No. But he did tell me if I wanted to open it and review it and take a look at it, then he didn't mind or whatever. So I might do that. I actually might take a look at that figure this week.
Yeah, that as well.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Let's go.
Hey, isn't this the reshoot dropping this week too?
Yeah. This week. Holy shit.
Friday? Is it Thursday or Friday?
Yeah, Friday. Last Friday, if you were lucky, if you were trying to watch Tom and Jerry. Did you hear about that?
Nah, what happened?
Yeah, HBO Max, people were buying Tom and Jerry, and then Snyder Cut just started playing in its place for I think 12 hours. Like that's what was going on. Yeah. Bananas.
Oh, so I did hear that. I heard about a leak or something like that, but I wasn't really, I don't know. I didn't dive into it to find out what was going on. So people have already seen it then.
Yeah, people have seen the whole damn thing, dude.
Damn.
There's clips leaking online and stuff like that. I'm trying to dodge them.
Test. Better?
Yeah, very good.
Let me correct you real quick. So yes, it dropped with Tom and Jerry, but it was only up for 2 hours.
Was it?
And it only ran for the length of the Tom and Jerry movie, which is an hour and 15 minutes or something. But so most people saw it and then it stopped at that point, right? So most people only saw that first hour. But some people, a fewer amount of people, figured out that if you start the cut and instead of letting it play, you just scrub through to the end where it would the finishing runtime, it would pick up from that point and continue the other 3 hours.
Oh wow! So some people did see it in its entirety then.
Right, but a few did that, but it was only up for that first hour or two before it got taken down. So if you stopped it at any point after it had been taken down, it also would have stopped playing for you. So you just had to be in the perfect position where you're oh shit, it's up, but you have to play it under the right conditions right away to be able to watch it all the way.
It was even worse than that, and it makes you think that it was purposeful because people went to the theaters to go watch Tom and Jerry, and they started playing Justice League. You could see there's videos of people in the auditorium of a theater.
Wow, really?
And they had to take it down in the middle of the showing in the theater.
That's crazy. What Tom and Jerry was this though? Was this something new?
Man. It's a live action like Sonic the Hedgehog with Chloe Grace Moritz.
Oh no.
Yeah. No. You know how it is. These cartoon characters have to be coming to life, and they have to have a human companion to help them along the way. And
right.
I would assume that there was some. It was probably 50-50. I guess parents that took kids to see that. We're all right, well, fuck it, I'll watch Justice League. And then the kids was just I don't want to see this.
Dude, that's exactly what happened. You can look it up. There's clips of people why is Justice League playing? You paid for Tom and Jerry. And it's it plays for 30, 45 minutes, and then they shut it off. And it's man, WB had to have done this on purpose. How did it happen online and then in person? It's just I don't know.
I imagine it's something to do with them just playing it in the theater off the streaming service.
Yeah, well, that's how those video on demand things work in the theater. It's literally just hooked up to like probably like their version of a cable box or whatever. So I remember when I saw like Battle of Gods like years ago, it was literally just the same shit that I had at home.
Yeah, Rick's onto something. Like people do think that this is like deliberate. Like it was a deliberate leak because like people at Warner Brothers who like kind of ruined, the original Justice League are like really adamant about not being proven wrong that, Zack Snyder can maybe like it's its own conspiracy theory. But basically it's just like one dude who's the president of Warner Brothers like just fucking hates Zack Snyder and is trying to sabotage it.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, we're here to. The truth is out there.
The truth is out there, baby.
Have we heard anything from Zack Snyder?
I heard from not personally, but I heard from Ray Fisher, the guy who plays Cyborg. Like I guess saw it in a theater or pre-screening or something, and he just did a video, and he's just like, "Yo, it's good."
Okay. What's the whole deal with like that guy? Wasn't he like adamantly against like the Joss Whedon version or something like that?
Yeah, because I guess he didn't get along with Joss Whedon on set. Kind of got mistreated, and it wasn't what he signed up for with Zack Snyder, and so he's been on Snyder's side on this whole thing.
That makes sense. Hey, stick with your homies, right? Yeah,
exactly. He was good in True Detective season 3 with he plays Marshall Ali's son. He's good in that.
Oh yeah, he's half cyborg, he's half robot in that one too, right?
That's right. But
incredible.
We can take a look at some of these figures. These actually like went up for pre-order on Amazon. So we saw those original images, and then these, in the last episode, and then not long afterward this week, the pre-orders went up on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just closer looks at the figures. Still not crazy about this Jason Momoa. Not crazy about these half cuts here. Look at this. There's like a literal like just sharp point that it comes to here.
It's the word.
Crazy. Cool. That's solid looking. There he is in package. Looking good. Right. Okay,
damn.
cool.
I don't know how they're happy with that head sculpt, man. That is just really bad.
Oof.
Yeah, look at it from the side, dude. Look at
even that
brow.
profile is nuts. Yeah, he looks like
the
he looks like a man, bro. What the fuck?
Dude, right?
Rough.
Oh my goodness.
Cro Magnum.
In his nose.
The worst, dude.
Frankie V says he looks like Dan Larson.
Honey?
A little bit, maybe a little bit. Let's see Dan Larson shave a cool line into his eyebrow.
No, brother.
There's Sun's Out, Guns Out, Dark Side.
Thanks. Day at the beach, huh?
This is Shirts versus Skin, Dark Side. You know what team is.
He looked like a damn, like that's some extravagant stripper costume or some shit.
Now, this is the hottest Halloween costume of 2021. Forget Scarlet Witch.
Jeez.
There he is in package, looking good. This is supposed to be one of like the big figures too, I think.
The big boy.
Yeah. There he is, looking good. And this one, the biggest boy.
Let's go.
I want this. I never noticed how crazy. Look at this hand design. He's got like 6 fingers.
Yeah.
7 fingers. Damn.
Yeah, do what you gotta
4,
do.
5, 6, yeah.
Damn, that's crazy.
That's a birth defect.
Oh yeah. That's why. Real bottom of the totem pole stuff. Looks good.
What's the planet that they're from again? Or the universe or whatever? Apocalypse, yeah. All right, so I guess Apocalypse is like a third world country in their universe or some shit.
Crazy. All right, there's Flash. Look at
those effects. Go back to those awful effects. Look at that shit.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
The figure itself looks quite nice.
Like hot blue.
Oh yeah.
Damn, those effects are terrible. It looks like, I don't know, the right here the costume looks like it's almost like armor. It looks too bulky, right?
Yeah,
it's kind of his look, but it's just maybe the paint is just so flat on it that just has no depth, you know. So there's nothing really standing it out from, you know, an underlayer. It just looks, I don't know, really bright, like really. I feel like this is supposed to be more of a muted, you know, kind of toned down. I think Mattel even did like better colors than this.
I see what you're saying though, Boog. Like, because the Mofex and the SH figure arts, like the way that the armor is sculpted, it's like really like hugging his like frame and stuff. This looks like it's just like,
look at his,
just played on.
He's got a huge butt. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, you know, some of the hottest cakes in the DCU. Yeah, right? Let's go.
Right? That's cool. All right, don't you want to get that cake right there? Look at this. He's all cake.
Oh my god.
Cake.
I think he just has big hips. I mean, yeah, really.
He's got the childbearing hips.
Yeah, pretty much.
Look at the image on the card right there. Look at the image on the card right there in comparison to the actual figure. Like,
yeah, the biceps look.
You know what he looks like? He looks like he's got on a fucking bomb suit. That's what he looks like.
And then, the other thing that's making the paint kind of flat is that the weird lines that he has across his suit are just the same color as
the same color.
There's no detail.
It's really not McFarlane's fault that to begin with it's kind of an atrocious design anyway, but but it definitely has looked better with other figures for sure. Like P said, the Mafex one is actually kind of nice.
Look at this. Look how much cake he's sitting on right here.
Oh my God.
That's all I can see in this now. It's bigger than everything.
He's got a dunk.
He got a booty. He do got a booty.
Oh shit! All right, so I get it now. So the dark. Oh my god, that was hilarious.
Oh no!
What is that?
I don't know. That's hilarious though. So that went out for pre-order, right? And so did Cyborg and Bachman.
Ooh!
I don't know about this. Those feet are tiny. What's he wearing? It's a 9. The chin is fine.
Chin is quite nice. Not get it twisted.
Yeah, the proportions are fair, you know, it looks all right.
The classic sort of superhero, Caucasian superhero chin right there. So yeah.
Right. I mean, it's not even the same suit in the image though.
True.
He's got to get fixed. This is the tactical suit, and he's got the regular suit here.
Just throw any card in there, Jim. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right. And here is Cyborg with a bloody chest. Oh wait, that's supposed to be lights, huh?
Is it?
Oh no! There's no way. What the fuck? Oh no!
Yo, killing me with this.
Hold on. Does he have a Infinity Stone in his head? What's that?
It's a rare blue diamond that he had surgically embedded.
Oh Christ! PTO says that Flash is looking like he threw his back out picking something up.
What did you say?
PTO said that Flash looks like he threw his back out picking something up.
But honestly, even with the weird proportions, this one and this kind of dull glow, this probably looks the best proportioned of them.
Yeah, so probably, yeah.
Very true. Real quick, PG Photography donated $15 a while ago. Hell yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
He said, "Amazing Yamaguchi, I see you, Boog. LOL." Hell yeah. Let's go. And then Alex Garcia hit us with $10 as well, asking, "Is there any idea when we'll see any other A.C.B.A tournaments?"
Oh yes, you know what? I think that we're gonna be doing photo combat shortly. But yes, I actually we actually do have the theme for the next photo combat and like the some of the overall theme for the contest and some of the actual individual challenges. Basically, it was written out quite a while ago. It's just a matter of us sitting down and getting the images and a trailer and all of that stuff together. So it should be coming soon. We long overdue for like back-to-back tournaments. I think that we're gonna do Photo Combat and then roll into Summer Shots this year, and then hopefully round out the year with the World Tournament and get back to that video-based tournament, the World Tournament. So yeah, man, soon, very soon. And thank you for the donation. Appreciate you, bro.
Real quick, Dan's in the chat said, "Hey guys, I stepped away for a minute shaving my eyebrow. Did I miss?" Incredible.
Wait, did he really?
Yeah, Toy Galaxy. Yeah, it sure did. Incredible.
That's hilarious. All-time great moment right there.
Hell yeah. So what's up with this Black Suit Superman? Is this new to you, or is this this in the product shop? Huh?
Yep, another one for solicitation and pre-order on Amazon. There's your boy. It's the Snyder Cut Black Suit Superman.
Hell yeah.
That head sculpt is not too bad.
It's not the worst, yeah.
But
I could find myself spending $70 on a playset to get it, you know.
Basically. Actually, that playset had got like clearanced out though at one point.
It was like $20 at one point. I remember.
Yeah, like a huge fucking like freaking New York City apartment size playset. Like $20.
Yeah, Doom 58 also reminded us in chat. Amazon bumped up the shipping date on these as well. They were slated for January of next year originally.
Yeah. And that's what stopped me from pre-ordering it originally, because I'm like, I'm not going to wait a year for this. I'll just, get it when it comes out. But then they moved it up, end of June or something. So,
which is good. I don't.
Thanks for tuning in, dude. Thanks for coming by.
They got to try to capitalize off the fact that the movie is coming out next week. So.
Yeah, exactly. Who would have thought? Mike Hawes sent $5 our way. Thank you so much. He said Steppenwolf looks like he fell into a vat of razors, which is sponsored by Bic. I mean, who's gonna give him a hug looking like that? LOL.
Right,
incredible.
He looked like he just climbed out of that saw trap in the second one.
Oh shit! Yeah, with the hands.
Yeah.
So stupid. Oh, where they push him into the toilet. It was a toilet, right? That had all the used needles in it.
Right. And then there's the pit of needles too. But imagine that would ring.
I'm kind of with you though, Fabio, as far as like getting this guy just to kind of pair him up with some of the other stuff. Like, I'd like to see how he stacks up next to the Mafex crew.
Yeah, and it's technically like a bigger figure. Like, if you remember the Dune figures, they did the 4 and then the Build-A-Figure, but then there was the deluxe Baron Harkonnen that came. It was like bigger, and he was like floating in a bigger box and everything. These are more in line with that. This is like specifically a big fig or whatever they call them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think it'll size up really well with like any other line, even though this is technically like a 7-inch line. I'm down with like super size.
So there's 2 Darkseid figures, right? It's not just a switch out of him with the top part and then him topless, right?
There's nothing else in the package.
Oh shit, okay.
So is there 2? I'm like now with shirt looking ass figure.
Like basically.
Probably gonna be an exclusive or something like that.
Oh, okay. I can see that. Kind of sucks. Yeah.
The last thing I'll say on the Superman, I think his body proportions are probably the best of any of the figures too. I think obviously Cyborg has good proportions already, but like in the black especially, he looks pretty solid. And this is probably the strongest of the figures. Still got the ugly ankles. I hate these McFarlane ankles.
It's a decent scope, but still not Henry Cavill's sort of like physique though. Like his, I don't know.
He's built like a Dorito. For sure.
Henry Cavill's got a very unique sort of like his arms seem like they're like really short the way he
yeah
the way they kind of like hang in front of him exactly.
He's always like almost like pseudo T-pose almost. Just kind of...
Dude, and then here's the other dark side though. But the only thing that the shirtless dark side makes me think of is you ever seen that Key and Peele sketch where they're like frat bros and they're like branding the frat initials into their chests, and then Key does the Peele and he does it like upside down or whatever. He's like, what the hell, man?
Kevin Johnson hits with 5. He said, hoping Armored Darkseid won't be a bath with the Justice League figs. Ooh.
Ooh, that would be.
Oh
That'd be
no,
terrible.
not like this.
I would actually hate that. What's up, KJ?
We need a not like this soundboard on the soundboard for sure.
Yeah, I can't hear the soundboard anymore. Did we move it?
I had to restart it, so you'll probably have to watch it again.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So one last thing on McFarlane. Speaking of Build-A-Figure waves, this. I mean, we knew it was coming. This is just the full like pre-order solicitation and everything.
Guitar is
This
crazy.
is another version of this Batman, but with a sweet ass axe.
Oh yeah, I guess. The axe looks. I mean, why am I looking at that? The guitar looks crazy.
I'm
We call it a shred stick.
I'm surprised there's not more detail on that for McFarlane. You know, that seems pretty bare bones, I guess. I don't know.
Yo,
I guess it's supposed to be Plastic Man too.
there's no way. Is that really supposed to be Plastic Man? There's a
In the
fucking
comic,
way.
Goodbye. I'm out of here.
Oh no.
There's Robin King.
Yeah, this is easily the best, the coolest designed figure in the entire wave, without a
Yeah.
question.
Like Tim Burton presents Robin.
Yeah, basically.
This is right up McFarlane's alley, though. Really, this kind of
Yeah,
design.
man. Could you imagine if like this is the whole reason he's doing this shit? He's like, hey man,
Right.
I saw you guys are putting out this comic. I'll do whatever the fuck you guys want to do, but in 2 years, let me do this.
Listen, Shrill Galaxy brings up an amazing point.
That guitar
Our
sucks.
guitar have 6 pickups.
I hate it here.
Say that again?
Yeah.
There's going to be an absolute cacophony coming out of that thing. That is way too many pickups. Not enough strings.
Oh shit. Okay, I got you.
So funny.
Yeah.
Real quick, Andrew Glidewell hit us with $5. He said, "Real talk, I've never met one person who was excited for the Snyder Cut that didn't also vote for Donald Trump."
Oh wow.
Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna leave that one alone. Thanks for the follow.
Well, I mean, I would never share who I voted for, but I can't say that half of that statement is true.
Oh shit.
I won't say which
Really
half.
funny.
Incredible. I'm with you, Fabio.
There's Robin. He actually looks like. Oh, this is actually Ty Butler's photography on the card too. So that's cool that they're.
Oh shit.
Oh nice.
that
All
they're
right,
kinda
shout out to Ty.
There he is. All right, and here, bit of a controversial one.
Because it's so short.
Yeah, I mean, just like too baby face. I don't know. Like the criticism is like a little soft, you know. SAWFT.
Call Dallas. Christ.
Yeah.
If you really want to get the tea, let's call Dallas. Yeah, I know the biggest thing with this one was that he was like his height was like strange with this figure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because there was another comparison where he has him next to the Dark Father, like the Build-A-Figure, and this is supposed to be a heckin' chonker of a dude. And
That's right.
It didn't really match up for Dallas. Obviously, we defer to Dallas for things like this. Let me see if he
Absolutely.
on his Instagram.
But yeah, what was I gonna say?
Instagram.
Oh yeah, like the paint on this is really weird too. They only have like 4 colors. Like, was this the last thing they painted in the wave? They're all like, hey man, we ran out of fucking crayons. You guys got to use these, whatever's less in the box. Basically, like there's like no weathering or shading on this like at all. Pretty wild. I think that's what makes it look so odd for me personally, because like the sculpt is there for sure. Like you can really see like how well it's sculpted and stuff, but when you just like coat it with one like coat of paint, wow, it doesn't even look like they thinned it either. It's great.
Especially on the boots. Like the boots just look so flat.
Yeah, everything looks flat on this.
And this, I guess, the point that Dallas is trying to make is that the face just looks a little soft, I guess, and he's supposed to be a little more chiseled. Look at that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know what I mean?
There you go. You heard it here first.
Oh man, McFarlane is kind of just phoning some of this shit in at this point, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that face is super. There's not even one line on there. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he looks like Glenn Danzig.
Look how stupid.
Which would make sense. Which would make sense because a dude from Apocalypse would be singing about his mother, right? Mother.
Oh no. You also like look at the way they put him in the box. Like they don't even give like it's like they don't even care about this figure as a whole. It's like just put him in there, man. Like nothing about this. It's almost like somebody. It's like I could like see like maybe a couple of hours before they did the product shots. Like Todd came in and he's like, "All right, tight. I gotta like film a video with this or something." They're like, "Hey man, you can't touch this. We're about to do product shots." And he's like, if I just try and put it back exactly how I found it, they won't notice. Just you hear somebody coming down the hall, he just like crams it in there.
Somebody's little brother or some shit.
And then finally, Wonder Woman has come back to McFarlane Toys.
I think the design is cool in this one too.
Yeah, it is actually kind of cool. It looks like some like over the top like it looks like some like over the top like gay parade drag queen outfit or some shit though.
Yeah, I like
big
that.
clothes, huh? Yeah. That's
Yeah,
wild.
and I mean I see the inspiration here. That she looks. I mean, obviously it's death metal, but she looks like a out of the heavy metal magazine.
Yeah, I like this one actually. It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, and with a couple of changes here and there. Look at these platform shoes. I just noticed the crazy heels on that. That's crazy.
Yeah. This is
That's
actually. I don't mind this one. This might photograph nicely too. It's not. It's a good sculpt here. Like what I mean. It doesn't. Nothing looks kind of oddly proportioned or anything like that. This actually looks pretty good.
Yeah. Honestly, it looks like you can put this cape on her too. I guess she already comes with a cape, but
yeah.
All right, and then here is your whole wave. You're gonna need all 4 to complete the Dark Father.
All right.
That's good.
There you go. Cool. That's I believe that's it for McFarlane.
Is this one spread out over like 18 months or something?
Jesus.
No, these are all up for pre-order now at the same time. So thankfully, that seems like it's going to be a one and done strategy.
I like the 4 characters to build the bath. I like that. That's good.
Mm-hmm. All right, what else we got? Got some NECA news?
Yeah, next is NECA.
What do we have? Oh yeah, we did get a few little tidbits here. All right. Let's start with the stuff that probably people care the least about. Just because it's so random, it's so niche. This is the next entry in NECA's partnership with Scream Factory / Shout Factory, where they do like Blu-ray re-releases of like old schlocky 80s horror and sci-fi movies, and they pair it with an exclusive action figure, like a poster and stuff like that. So now you can get what is the name of this woman? It's a Roger Corman movie. Roger Corman is like the 80s B movie king. He's up there with like the Troma guys. But Roger Corman is also best known for the first live action Fantastic Four movie that failed.
Oh no!
It never got released, but you may have seen clips of it where it's like a live action thing and all that stuff. That's Roger Corman.
And it's a terrible suit.
Exactly. So that's all the type of movies that he makes. And this is from Battle Beyond the Stars. So you're gonna get your Blu-ray. You're gonna get your 8-inch clothed action figure of Saint X-Men or Saint X-Men, maybe, I don't know. You can get it with either just the figure and the I guess you can just get the figure for $40, or you can get it with the figure, the steelbook, and the lithograph poster for $70.
Gotta get that lithograph poster.
That's right. 2,000, limited to 2,000. So
wow, that's a pretty low. That's pretty low. Yeah.
Can I see
the scale?
The full figure?
Yeah, here you go.
Yeah, no, that's a no for me, dog.
Yeah, it's a no for me too.
I love how they're reusing their Planet of the Apes set, though. Like, they got to dig it out of storage.
She is very spindly.
Yeah. Probably the least clothes on one of these like female like clothed figures too. So it's really not doing the format any favors.
That's some costume design too.
Seriously. When are they gonna do Barbarella? That's all I'm waiting for, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
All right, that's Sybil Danning as Saint X-Men, I guess. I don't know. And then here is another look at the head sculpts for the American Werewolf in London that we showed here last week.
Really piecemealing this information out, huh? Have they ever done this before where they're like...
It's a bloody head. So this is a new reveal. There's the regular head, and then this is like a bloody head with like bloody mouth.
Cool.
Just a little teaser. They do like weekly teasers.
Oh, do they? Okay.
On Twitter. So this was part of Monster Monday.
Oh, okay. I thought this was like some shit, like some brand new stuff, and they're all like, "Hey, guess what?"
No.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
just a quick little additional tidbit. You know, your American Werewolf in London figure is going to have more than one head. It seems like. Up next, we got the full reveal, the full showing of what we knew was going to be the Turtles in Disguise 4-pack based on. Hang on one sec. My dog got his. My dog was sleeping upside down, and he got his paw caught inside of his collar.
Jesus Christ.
So we saw just this teaser, and we're like, "Oh, this is probably Turtles in Disguise." Cool. Now we know. Here's the box.
Oh, cool. Not even.
And what's interesting about this set is that this is going to have. Oh, I guess can't do that. Open image in new tab.
All right, come on, don't get us canceled over here, bro. Extra tabs, B.
This is going to have the first time with the interchangeable feature on the top and bottom of the heads. So we will
say that again. It's going to have what?
Look at my screen share. You can see the instructions on the box. You can mix and match the tops and the bottoms of the heads.
Oh, nice.
So even though this is like the third or so time that. Maybe fourth now that you're getting a refresh of the 4 cartoon Turtles. First you got them in the San Diego pack, and then you got them in, and if you even want to count 5, you can do the retro like arcade versions, and then you got them in the 2-packs in the dark colors, and then you got them in the 2-packs in the light, bright colors. Now you're getting them again in the dark colors again, but with the more expressions and the new features and the soft goods, which are removable, of course. Pretty cool stuff. Here's the set, which is on par with some of the other 4-pack sets they've done, where it's like a big fold-out box.
Nice. Mm-hmm.
New accessories as well, of course. So this is just another great opportunity to pick up the 4 Turtles once again. But if you already have them, there's plenty of new stuff so that you don't have to feel bad, and you can continue to add to your Turtles options. Joshua's calling it. This set is tempting. It is very tempting.
For sure.
It is actually. I'm actually doing like the meme calculations in my head right now. I'm thinking it is tempting. It's a very enticing offering here for sure.
Are they saying if you can remove the pants? Pause.
Yeah, all of it.
Pause.
Of course. That goes without question.
Yeah, but once you remove them, is there stuff inside? Is it normal? Sorry. Pause.
They're anatomically correct. Then you try.
Okay. Well, it looked like the other.
You're doing it right. You're doing it right, man. You asking permission to remove the pants. So.
There you go. Because I skipped out on the original release of these NECA Turtles, so I don't have them. So if I can knock out 2 birds with 1 stone with this guy, then I'm all for it.
For sure.
Yeah.
And they come with all the weapons and everything too, right? Yeah, they got all the weapons. So
got it all, baby.
You don't get, obviously there's still stuff from the previous sets that's exclusive to those previous sets, but this is just another opportunity to get the 4 Turtles and some additional new features. So that's dope. Really into that. Good job to NECA.
What's the price point?
$125.
Yeah, $125.
That's actually a good deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how much their 4-packs have always been. Like the movie, 4-pack was also $125 at San Diego. So
look at NECA conditioning us, saying $125 is great, huh? Look at it. Look at the master plan unfolding here.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, it's basically All right, yeah, $30 a figure. Yeah, you're right. Considering that you get the accessories that you
Yeah.
get with each and the playability, swappability here, it's a good value. It is a good value.
Yeah. All jokes aside, it is a good value. You get like
Yeah.
a bunch of hands, weapons, extra faces, soft goods. It's good.
Pizzas? Come on, 2 different pizzas.
Yeah, 2 different pizzas, baby.
2 different pizzas.
Right? I see a nice tomato pie right there. I see a looks like anchovies and ice cream.
Yeah, it's just a classic. A classic.
Of course.
Take notes, all you Chicago people out there. No deep dish pizza and set.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the most confusing part for you, Boog, it's like, wait, you have to sit down and eat this pizza? I can't just fold it and leave?
you can fold it. Just get all over the place.
Right. So this was a pretty big reveal. So, NECA has their super fans in their community. There's one guy literally called TJ Gremlin Guy. And he made, I think, one of the original, dios that they had at one of the trade shows that was, like, all the gremlins in the movie theater. He made that dio for himself.
I remember that. Yes.
Yeah, so that was part of his collection, and he bought all the gremlins to fill that out. He's the Gremlin Guy, and then he, I believe, loaned it to NECA to display at the show. So he got the chance to reveal one of the exclusive new offerings, which is a Gremlins accessory pack.
When you say he got the chance to reveal, you mean like on his social media, he was the first to.
That's pretty nice.
Is he doing like any reviews or anything, or
I think he does. I think he does, but his following is like Gremlins products.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I remember that because NECA had not too long after his photo kind of went viral, they started fucking with him directly, basically. Doing stuff. So yeah, that's cool.
Exactly. So this is just one thing revealed from it, but it's the little Barbie sports car from the movie with Gizmo inside. Just a cheeky little tease for the fans of Gremlins out there, which I think the consensus for a while was that the line was kind of hinging on the edge of maybe not continuing. So now that they're doing an accessory pack, it's okay, they're fine, they're doing okay.
That's good.
That's cool. That's cool. Finally, I guess that's it. That's actually it.
Before we move on to loyal subjects, Tyrone Weston in chat said the 2-packs are $50, so naturally the 4-pack will be $125. Incredible. Just wanted to highlight that comment.
Well, to be fair, they're usually $55.
So naturally $125. Yeah.
Right. I guess the only other thing is that the Toony Terror 2-pack that we showed last week is up for pre-order now.
Okay.
Quinn and Bruce. I don't think he's actually called Bruce in the movie. I think he's only affectionately called Bruce behind the scenes. But
the shark.
Yeah. Quint and the shark. You can put him inside of it. You can have him outside of it. Who cares? It's your world. Who cares? I'm not a cop.
I'm not your dad.
Right. Make your own decision. $30 first, kind of more deluxe, I guess. Wearers. Pretty cool.
Okay.
If you're into that. Should we get into some loyal subjects?
Yeah. I got a bone to pick with these guys.
Oh boy, here we go. Because I might actually have a bone to pick with you about this. Because I actually think
your mic kind of
strongly worded email.
Reset your mic real quick, Boog.
Yeah, your mic's kind of sound like a didgeridoo right now.
Well, these are the new reveals.
Bobby, plead your case. Well, I want to hear what you're thinking. Let's go.
Well, I mean, I guess I got to just look at the figure before we get into the other ones. But I mean, compared to what Diamond Select just gave us, I mean, this is fine.
True, very true. Have you held one of these figures yet?
Briefly at LA Comic-Con a couple years ago.
A best action?
I think so. Well, it was, maybe the precursor line to this.
Okay, so I bought the Napoleon Dynamite in this line. That was the first wave they did, had Napoleon Dynamite and Spike from Cowboy Bebop.
Slash and
yeah, all those guys. Yeah, those guys right there. I bought the Napoleon Dynamite, very excited, wide-eyed. I went into Walmart. I got it, had it in my hand, very excited. In my car, I opened the package. Immediately disappointed. Slapped me in the face. They reached out of the packaging. That was a 5 finger say to the face. They fucking slapped me. You know what, man? I have said, especially on this podcast before, that like supporting early lines is something that I'm like a very big like supporter of, no pun intended. Like I like to see where lines will go, and like the first like whack that like companies take out of line definitely doesn't, you know, display like what they can do forever. Like I always like bring up like Shoto for like the Dragon Ball figures. Their first line was like buns, but then like their second line, they revamped it. It was like incredible. So like I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt. This Napoleon Dynamite figure was so bad though. It was like like if you see the way he's posed in that picture, that is it, man. That's the range of movement. Like the plastic that they use is like very like rigid and like almost like it doesn't feel dense. Like it's solid, but it doesn't feel dense, if that makes sense. It just feels very like brittle. The articulation, the technology is there for sure. The cuts are there, everything. But because of the plastic they use, it's very stiff. It's almost like the whole thing's made out of polystone, except it's not as brittle. It's very strange. And so like this Napoleon Dynamite figure was like very, very disappointing to me. Like extremely disappointing. I am like extremely confident in saying that this is probably the most disappointed I've been in a figure, not only in like 2020, but probably the last like 5 years. It's the most disappointed I've ever been.
It's not even just the figure. It's not even just that figure. The whole line is a disappointment.
The whole
like
line
the possibilities of what this could have been. Can you imagine, man? Somebody with this amount of licenses? Jeez.
Yeah, it's wild. So like, so I'm like, I'm looking at this new line with like a huge like bit of a huge amount of caution. I'm taking everything with a grain of salt. Like I saw people last week bugging about these Ninja Turtle figures, especially. I mean, like I for one, like I want an Aang figure like as much as anybody, and like you know the Diamond Select version is like terrible. But like this is like just the same. It's like and like these Ninja Turtle figures, I saw people like in the groups, people in PNP, you know, PNP holding it down. They were like, everybody was very excited for these figures. Some people were even saying like, yo, this looks like it has the same articulation as like the SH Figure Arts and stuff. I mean, it looks like that. Yeah, it may look like that, but like there's no way. There's absolutely no. And you know what? If these come out and they're incredible, I will gladly eat my words because that's what I want. But like, I'm not going to get excited about 12.99 figures exclusive to Walmart. I'm not gonna get excited for these, especially after the Napoleon Dynamite. And like Rick was saying, it's sick. Like, look at the spread of licenses they have. It's unbelievable. You look at like the splash page. They have like Ninja Turtles. They have they have fucking like Ozzy Osbourne. They got like
crazy.
They got like Beetlejuice. They got like everybody. And like, yeah, if these figures were like great, this would be like a dream come true. It's like crazy. This Fabio, like a little known band that you actually put us on last week. Kiss.
You guys didn't know these guys till I came along. I was like, hey, you ever heard of Kiss? Low-key, I do want the Kiss figures. I kind of just want Kiss, you know? I want a little Kiss in my collection. These are like 5-inch though, right?
Yeah, it's also a strange scale. Like, and you know what? For 5-inch, maybe these smaller characters, like, you know, the Gremlins stuff and like the Aang, that could work in their favor because they're like little dudes anyway. But like, you know, some of this other stuff, like, what are you gonna do? I remember when this line was first revealed, and we were pretty optimistic about this whole line. We were talking about the possibilities of like, you know, we could use some of these as like kid bodies and like kid bucks and stuff. If you
right,
hit that pause button. Hit the pause button.
Yeah, let's go. Basically. Pause. But you know, like after handling the Napoleon Dynamite, it's just like I can't bring myself to get excited about these. I've dealt with heartbreak before. Never again, my friend.
You know, it's wild because I've seen at least a Napoleon figure in a lot of people's like pictures and shit like that. A lot of people bought that.
Yeah,
Yo, Kevin, KJ in the chat, Kevin Johnson, he's calling it. There's some dollar store vibes going on here.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's crazy because like these renders, like these are like the 3D sculpts that they made. It's just like what happens between the design process and what the factory is able to give you. Because like you look at like these renders right here, the Napoleon Dynamite render looked incredible also. But like the actual figure that we got was like it looks like it had been casted like a dozen times.
Oh, I see what you mean. So that's that type of plastic quality. Oh my god,
it's crazy, right? So like if you scroll down, you could probably find like renders of Napoleon Dynamite too. Well, if you look at like the hashtag all this stuff.
Yeah, this was the stuff that I saw at
okay.
It was more of this stuff right here. Yeah,
Sure.
I think these are called like the vinyl minis or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the plastic quality on those.
Well, these were vinyls, so they were a little pliable, a little malleable.
Oh, okay. Yeah, these are not pliable at all. You can't even bend them. Okay. So see, you can look at these are the renders right here. So like the Napoleon Dynamite render is like immaculate. It looks really good.
Yeah, face. That looks great. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But then like if you find like a picture of the actual figure, I don't even know if they'll even have it in this.
It would go back up here.
That one right there. If you look at the actual figure, it's the worst. It's like not even the same shit. You want to talk about how McFarlane sold you on a pliable torso? Ultimate bait and switch? Oh my god. Don't even talk to me.
Yeah. I mean, it's a shame. I don't want to say like, oh man, screw this company. I hope they don't succeed. But just like, come on, like, hopefully, I will say like maybe they learn from the plastic quality issues, and maybe this next wave. That's best case scenario is that they can do that, and that'll maybe turn things around. But yeah, it's a shame. I mean, hopefully it's just one of those growing pains kind of things because I want this Aussie.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you know what this kind of reminds me of? Do you guys remember when Funko had 6-inch figures and they were garbage cans?
Yeah,
it's like the same thing. Like, damn, man, you guys have these licenses and you can make them in 6-inch and you do this? Bro, look around the industry. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's a shame. All right. That is the last of loyal subjects. I guess people are getting the Aang in hand, and I'm already noticing that it's different. Or I guess it's a different Aang than this one. Okay, yeah, it is. This is the current Aang, and then this other one is a different version. It's the this version. This one looks like it's going to have single jointed elbows, and this one has double joints.
True. Yeah, man. Like the renders look great. If they can, I want to love this figure, man. Like. People like clamor for like a great Aang figure. I remember like what was it, Photo Combat? CJ made his own Aang figure.
Yeah.
He just fucking he willed one into existence. It's incredible. So like people want this figure, and like of course the dream is for like SH Figure Arts, like or like even Figma. I'll take a Figma. Like that's the dream, but until then I guess we gotta just get, like even right here, this looks like the most you'll get out of like the hip. Like this looks like the max movement you'll get.
You can just tell, that it really is.
Kind of looks like it's even stuck there because it's not.
What's the little creature with him there?
That's like his companion. Momo. Yeah, Momo is like a.
Well, it may be worth the purchase just for that accessory to add on, whatever your custom version, or maybe if a Figma or SHF does it down the line.
True. You know,
Right.
you know what? I will say that now that they're doing interchangeable heads, I would hope that they take a second look at like their plastic and stuff, because like I feel like if you were to try and take the head off of like the old one, like it would, like the peg would break right off. So like that's kind of like maybe the light at the end of the tunnel for this one right here, I would say.
Yeah, the head sculpt is nice, man.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, it's expensive. Nice. This one looks good too, right here. This looks like good paint, in fact.
Yeah.
On the head.
It just doesn't it doesn't really match the body for some reason though. Like it looks better than the rest of the body though for some reason to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I would agree. So yeah, that is Loyal Subjects.
Yeah.
That's
right,
it.
Yeah. Are you ready?
Somebody's gonna have to take the plunge on these for us. We'll see what happens.
It'll be me. As much shit as I'm talking,
it'll be me.
It'll be me.
Fuck it. I hope it is. I hope it is. Don't kill me. I don't know how to hog tie people.
Yeah, I'll definitely buy the Aang. I don't think I'd buy anything else just because of that.
I'm out one turtle. Yeah,
just the one.
Just to see what it's like.
Just buy your favorite. Whoever's your favorite, just buy that one.
That is psychotic behavior. That should be punishable by death.
Oh no! All right, Fabio.
All right, we can
your
get
time
into
to shine, baby.
Who wants to go deep in the weeds with me right now?
Let's go. Let's go.
All right. First of all, where do we begin?
Oh, no. Let's look at the skies first. Let's start at the skies, baby.
I'm always looking up. So I gotta go through my Reddit history here, basically, because
oh no, we're trying.
This all kind of started developing about a week ago when people started getting the Toys Fair box in hand. So to kind of backtrack, the Bodega box was in the Fall Con in October, right? And then the Toys Fair one was just this past, end of February. And for some reason, all of them just kind of shipped out at the same time. So the Bodega box, as we found out in Toy Page's Mezco interview that aired like before we started, but at the same time that we started as well, he was saying that it got delayed literally because of the new shoulder pads that got put on the Hazard Squad Gomez because they wasn't keeping the harness up. So that like backtracked everything, and it made it so that the Toys Fair chest and the Bodega box both shipped out of the same week. The Bodega box shipped out of what seems like a third-party fulfillment warehouse that they have in Washington. So West Coast people got the Bodega box first, and East Coast people got the Toys Fair chest first, but they both kind of shipped out at the same time. So that's why I've had a good Mezco week, because all this shit arrived like, within days.
It's all there.
It all just. I'm not even done like putting the Hazard Squad Command Center together, and I've already got this other box. I'm just like drowning.
Yeah, all of this in-house product, and we're still waiting on Mr. Freeze and Conan and shit for the other product. But
it is. Yeah, it's coming. But
so when everybody shit with a smile on his face.
So when everybody gets everything in hand, that's when the community starts deciphering what new little tidbits are being hinted at in the comic. So to go through some of those real quick. First of all, I have the comic right here. This is the Craig 13 comic, but I'll just show you some of the big hits. We basically got, a look at the final numbers. We might have even talked about this last week, but we talked about it.
We did.
So just to catch up after that, then. So we saw the Krieg ad, and it just reveals a couple of like new things that we were like, whatever. So a couple days later, people started getting the Bodega box in hand, and there was a new Slugfest ad, which has all of this stuff. First of all, we got the Black Skulls Death Brigade finally listed, and they're $85 each. It's a single figure. It's not going to be a 3-pack like the Pink Skulls were, but we'll see what the limit is when the time actually comes. Other stuff listed here that's new. There's a base and stance set that you'll be able to get. Just blank stands, I guess, for $25 for a set of 3. Pretty cool, I guess. The Hazard Squad coin set, which we saw in the other ad. And then new is a Dragon Clan weapons pack, which, if you remember the Baker's Dozen, it's just blank weapons, but this time with a fun ninja flavor swirled right into the center.
Do you remember?
Where are you reading that from? I see the Baker's Dozen thing. Wait, what?
So this is the Ninja Clan weapons pack right here in the middle. So here's the ad. Like I actually have.
He's got the fucking.
Look at what comic. It comes with the comic.
I just didn't expect
Give this
that.
man some fucking help.
No, this is all going somewhere. I promise. This is all going.
Okay. Good.
Look. I mean, I could just. Do you want me to hold this up to the camera? All right, I could. Here,
No.
Here is the weapons pack right here, Boog.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to find out where you were referring to on it. I can see it on the screen. Yeah.
Okay, it's right here.
Gotcha.
There you go. And then just below that is Slugfest Cut and Stitch Soft Goods Expansion Set for $50. What even is that, and why do I want two of them?
Jesus Christ.
Cut and Stitch. What?
What is it? But why do we want them? I do.
He's gonna send you some
So
fabric
for $50,
patterns.
they're gonna send you a fucking like a pattern from like a group of like seamstress or some shit, and you got to do your own fucking work.
Yeah, they're gonna sell, and they're gonna sell you the thread and needle too.
Yeah,
they're allowing me to pay them for the opportunity to do labor myself. It's awesome.
Basically.
It's so sick.
You want the real experience of what it's like to work at Mezco?
Basically, they're gonna send you a fucking crochet set, and they're gonna give you a time card and
a time card.
It's gonna be great. I'm gonna have my own little assembly line here. I'm gonna turn my studio here into a sweatshop.
Oh no.
It's gonna look like a Nike factory.
Number one. We are the number one racist podcast.
Oh, okay. There we go. No subtle. Just all nuance right out the window. All right, so that was the latest Slugfest ad, which is cool. So also here there is a QR code, which people tried scanning, and it takes you to a blank page that says this. Check back on March 18th.
All right, that's my birthday.
Hell yeah.
That's right. So Boog, don't feel bad dropping $500 on Slugfest secret drops on that day, and maybe a couple extra for me. You know, because my birthday is a couple days before. You know, you don't want to forget about your friend.
Don't want to forget about your friend. You know, your friend.
We don't know what the limit on the black skulls is going to be, but Boog, I'm asking you now. Please buy the limit. Tell me some extras. I'm trying to lock down 3.
Trying to lock down 3.
I need 3 for myself, and then I'm good.
You know who you should talk to about buying extras of this stuff is Ed, actually.
Oh yeah, probably. I mean, I have my buddy locally too. That's Ed's friend too. So.
Okay.
I got my own Ed. Let's say.
No doubt.
So then, when that all dropped, everyone was scrambling about this new Slugfest. Oh, check back on March 18th, right? Oh, that's cool, interesting. And then that morning, we got an email.
Oh no.
Saying, "Look alive, lug nuts! We're dropping a little something at 1 p.m. Eastern." Right? And
let's go.
This got dropped like an hour before this was meant to go live. So we're all just like, is it the Black Skulls? Is it today? Is it now? What's it gonna be? And it turned out it was
Okay, all right.
Tectonic Disruptor Edition. Now, Boog, I know you've always wondered what happens when Baron Bend gets chased by Krieg, the Blood Force, down into the unexplored depths of the ocean and into the Earth's crust, absorbing the power of the core of the Earth and emerging as Tectonic Disruptor Edition. And
You're right. That has kept me up at night.
Right? But I'm here to lay your fears at rest. This is what he would look like if such a thing were to happen.
Wow.
Now, we knew about this. This is not a new thing that is out of nowhere. This was originally given to the 12 winners of the fall con, contests. So there were 12 of these floating around. Now you had 18 minutes to secure your own, and if you didn't, well, it's still up for waitlist. Limit 1 per person. And of course, the big thing about this one, besides the colorway change, is that it comes with the unmasked heads, which I will for sure be putting on the classic blue Baron Bends. And I'll be this head.
Did you said it sold out in 12 minutes?
18 minutes. 19 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I had saw it, and then I came back in like a half hour. So I had assumed that it was just under a half hour, but damn, it was like 15 to 18 minutes. All right, got you.
Yeah. These go quick. I mean, If you even, I said it in a chat that I'm in with a few people. I'm like, if you even like were remotely thinking about it, this was your opportunity. Say goodbye. That is it. Unless you want to pay, $200 for it.
I will say that that look, the previous look that you just had up there.
Yeah, this is how I'm displaying mine.
The full, that looks real nice. I like that a lot. That looks cool. Yeah.
It's like a retro Black Manta almost,
Yeah, almost, yeah.
So that was cool. That was our secret drop this past Wednesday. Kind of, short term announcement drop. You do get a new effect. You do get this new netting with it. So there's some new stuff here for sure. It's definitely a for the fans kind of thing. Like this is not one of those like super hyped characters that like the White Skull or any of that stuff.
And give it some time and enough limited releases, you never know.
Yeah, that's true. Rick will be interested in 10 years when it's an homage to an earlier time in the company. Right? And then
incredible.
So just to kind of reiterate, March 18th is like the next big drop day for Mezco. Now, originally I didn't want to like put it out there originally because I didn't
put the truth out there, Fabio.
But when people got the in-hand images, or the prize winners or whatever, got the Black Skulls in hand, it has like a little comic cover on the sticker, like on the front or whatever, and it's the Black Skulls comic, and it says March 17 on the date on it. Uh-oh. So that was already the speculated drop date for the Black Skulls. I'm thinking it could still be, and then the other Slugfest stuff will drop on the 18th, just to fuck with us. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. I am broadcasting this signal, and hopefully I will get a response from the stars.
There you go.
Right. So
beautiful.
Really, the big thing is the 18th. It's going to be fat. It's going to be a huge drop date. All the stuff listed in this Slugfest drop. This QR code takes you to that page, so it's fair to assume all the stuff will drop that day. You better have like $500 on you, because like they're gonna clean you out. Like they're gonna clean me out for sure. That's my birthday week. I'm going broke. I'm going destitute.
All right.
No.
That takes us into more Mezco news, I guess. Right?
Yeah. So that's kind of the hot development right now. Of course, as I mentioned, Toy Page, Emmanuel, friend of the A.C.B.A. community, had he had Mez on his live stream series on Instagram Live. So that was really
Mez?
Cool.
Nani?
The Mez.
This is the greatest investment in the world.
Thank you. Real quick, somebody did remind me in the chat. Thank you, Joshua. Thank you. So
everybody say, Joshua, shut the fuck up.
Another interesting thing from the Hazard Squad comic that I don't have a picture of, so I'm just going to hold it up here. They show at the end the splash page of all the Hazard Squad and all the other members, which, by the way, their names are... we knew this. The snake guy is Death Adder.
Okay. Great name.
The rat guy, I don't even know how to pronounce this. I'm just going to put it up on screen. It's Dipodomus?
Whatever.
I assume, I don't know how you say it, but I assume it might be like a reference to like the Latin name for the genus of a rat. I don't really know.
What the fuck? Did you get that out of the decoder?
Completely. I got it from the Slugfest crypto card. And the other dude is my favorite. Ulysses Clamp McGuffin.
God.
So at the end of the comic, you get the splash page with all of them, and then at the bottom there's another QR code.
Oh no!
And it says "Return here to vote for the next one" or something. Build your squad. Vote here for who's next.
There we go.
So it seems like they're going to open up another page on the 18th where you'll be able to vote. Whichever one is going to be made next.
I keep forgetting that I ordered that Nick Fury Gomez. Wait, you got yours already?
Yeah, this is the box.
You got yours, right? That was the bodega box, correct?
Right.
Where the hell is mine?
He's sick. And then a couple of other quick little.
He's great anyway.
Yeah, he's fine. Another interesting tidbit from the comic. There's a reference to the leader of the Black Skull's Death Brigade, who all just in unison in a room just chant "Death Brigade, Death Brigade." Come on, it's badass. But look, I'm seeing some Purple Skull vibes right here.
Uh-oh.
So it seems like the next, the villain or the leader of the Death Brigade is a Purple Skull. Just speculation. And then one final thing, I swear. This is that tease we got at Toys Fair, but this is a color image of it now.
Okay.
The Hawk P40.
Nice. I like the camouflage pants.
Right? Yeah. So it's cool to actually see it in color.
Wait, what
So
pants?
I don't know.
I don't see
Yeah,
any
exactly. What pants?
It's just a nude ass shirt
Yeah, it's a floating torso.
with a bomber jacket with shirt.
Bomber jacket, yeah.
Right. So then that
I will say the way that they are rolling out this stuff and the way that they're promoting all of their like in-house stuff and the way they're moving about on social media and stuff is very well done. It's good. It's engaging. It's obviously Fabio is really excited about this shit, so it's fun, I guess. So I'll give them that, but I'm just not invested in these characters, man. I just don't care about any of this shit. I care about the accessories. Look, I just bought that bodega box shit for the fucking pigeons, man. Like,
yeah, right?
You know what my problem is with them? It's like a mixture of things. It's number one, it's hard to care about these characters, and number two, why aren't they well articulated? Why? What's happening? And it's not even just them. It's like it's so frustrating. Like I didn't want to put it on the docket list because I don't know enough about it. But I don't know if you guys know this. The people that run Super 7 basically had like a live like Mez did today. And everyone was pissed because he was just basically bullshitting on why his figures can't move well. He just say, "Oh, they're going to look like garbage. Like they're not going to look good." Like I just don't understand how companies like Super 7. Yeah,
Are you talking about the Major Brothers one, where they're talking about the New Japan figures?
Yeah, and they it's I don't understand how these companies look at what's being done by the best in the business and go like, "Let's do less than that." Like, come on, man. Why is a Marvel Legends $20 moving better than you? Like that should not be a thing.
But
like that,
that's
a real problem. Like with the price that I'm paying, like these Mezcos aren't cheap. If I'm paying $100, that bitch better make that Marvel Legend look like a joke. Like it better stun on its ass. Yeah. And I've just not seen it yet. I've not seen it from them yet. I don't know.
Some things, like stuff, the Gomez.
They're not as bad as McFarlane.
Yeah, I mean, but you can't deny that any of the Mezco Punishers are better than any Marvel Legend Punisher. So it's not.
Man, those head sculpts.
I will say, in recent years, looking at the head sculpt of the Mezco Punisher, it's pretty bad actually. The
dude, they're no good.
regular like neutral head sculpt is really bad actually. The battle damage head is great. The screaming head is great, but that neutral head sculpt is pretty awful. But Punisher's still one of their best figures for sure.
I don't understand why their head sculpts come out so soft. Like
I was just talking about that.
Yeah, it's that flesh tone plastic they cast it in.
Yeah, and it's like they just refuse to paint over the flesh tone. They're just like, well, paint the eyes and the lips and call it a fucking day. Like,
right.
I don't know. I'm just it's hard to talk myself into getting into this stuff.
The all of the shit that we're bringing up right now, all the stuff that we're raising right now is what we would have liked to hear a couple hours ago, I guess. But we get into that.
yeah. So he does kind of talk about that and to also echo what he kind of did echo what Brian Flynn from Super 7 was saying is that it's the classic like toy creator, toy company owners eternal struggle of like, yeah, we want to give you articulation, but we have to find a balance between that and aesthetics. And our aesthetic is this, so we can't compromise our, that for articulation because then it no longer is our aesthetic. It's that same argument, and it is what it is. It's just a reality of how these guys have to make their toys.
Yeah, see from Mez I don't buy that because it's all covered by clothes. Like that.
Yeah, he was saying about specifically about like double joints on females, like about how the silhouette on females is like so much softer than with males, so it makes it harder to have like enough like place to cut away to add articulation to like give that range of movement.
That sounds like Hasbro, and then it's just always so funny when we go to Dwight and we show him the Princess Leia, and we're like, "What are you talking about, Dwight? Star Wars did it, and they proved that you're no offense, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. You know, it's no offense to Mezco either, or to Dwight and that team, but it's BS.
I think responding to it like that is bullshit.
Yeah, like come on, man, just say that like, hey man, we want to keep costs down. Then boom, give it to me real. You know, tell me.
No. I mean, when the company goes on a platform, any company, any person speaking for a company goes on a platform and says, yeah, we know that there's been issues with this. Here's our answer to it. And people just go, well, that's bullshit.
But it is when the same company is doing it and they claim it's not possible, that it's not something that can be done, and that it's something that destroys the figure. That's why it's bullshit. Because
what if it's a case by case basis? It's not a broad stroke, like
you know what it is. It comes down to the it comes down to the whoever's in charge, their personal preference a lot of times, and not what the fans actually want to share. How many times have we like cracked on Randy about shit that he's put out through NECA that's just like, who asked for this shit? Nobody asked for this. Like, that's what you want.
Richard Simmons. Yeah, like
Richard Simmons. Wow.
And you know that's one thing I'll give Randy. You know that's why, you know, as much shit as we give Randy, I give him props. He does it his way and he doesn't give a fuck and he's honest. I don't like when these dudes make up some bullshit excuse, because it is bullshit. It is. You know, like when we go to Dwight and we show him these things that he claimed he can't do within his own company, what can he say? You know, and it's I don't know. It's
I feel like maybe there's they know that we know.
Nowhere near close to Dwight's nowhere near close to like being a shot call at Hasbro. Hasbro's enormous. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I feel you though.
Yeah, I just wish like, hey man, if Mez went up there and was just like, hey man, that drives up the cost too bad. Like we can't do nothing like that. I'd be like, oh shit, well. You know, that is what it is. It's that you guys are keeping the cost down, but like to be like, oh, I wish ruins the aesthetic that we're going for, the silhouette. Like, bro, get out of here. Just does you don't want to do it. It's not a big deal. But don't feed me some like rigmarole of like, oh, it doesn't fit our ideals. Like, man, what ideals? Like, I don't know.
I think it's interesting. Like a lot of these speakers have to like ride like a very thin gray like PR line. Like, of course, like, you know, when people are asking you like tough questions, like why doesn't your figure have this type of articulation when it's clearly possible within this like scale and price point and stuff, like from a PR standpoint, you don't want to admit that your figure, your line, like arguably at the height of its popularity is any less than it has to be. Like if somebody like at the height of your line's popularity, like with Mezco right now, if somebody asks you like, you know, why is this not like this? Why is this not like this? Why is this like this? It's essentially bad PR for you to go like, you know what? Yeah, I guess our figures are trash. And immediately everybody's like, what the fuck? Like, like, so you have to like ride like a pretty thin line in terms of being able to like, being able to admit like the shortcomings of your brand while still reassuring your fans and future investors of your brand. And I think that's like a very skillful thing for some PR managers and PR, you know, people and team leaders. It's a very special skill for people to have. And I think it's very apparent, especially now with like social media and how many of these like company heads just go out and just start taking questions and start like just talking to people. Like admittedly, it's just a skill set that a lot of people don't have.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Because it's like it can go south very quick. And the last thing you want is to admit that your brand is any less than it can be. So I think like the fight or flight situation of that is to go and like straight away with like, instead of saying like, yeah, I know that a $20 figure can achieve double jointed elbows, but our $80 figure not. It's easier and for some people to say like, oh yeah, well, you know, I mean, like we're all about clothes, we're all about soft goods, you know, like that's where $80 is going and whatnot. When the real answer is like, yeah, the real answer could possibly be like, yeah, it's very possible, But it's just not within it's not within the like the the blueprints of our plan. Like we have to piecemeal where our budget goes and stuff. And yes, we could put more towards new molds for double jointed elbows, whole new bucks and stuff like that. But unfortunately, that would eat into our budget for new patterns for fabric and stuff. And since fabric is our aesthetic and all that stuff, then I feel like that would take away from what the brand we've been building for the last 3 or 4 years. Of course.
That's a great explanation and a great answer on your part, but that just goes back to what you said about them not having media training. Basically, though, at the end of the day, it's funny because I was listening to the interview and my girl was sitting right here and she was just like, "Oh, why'd he say that? Oh, he's not media trained or whatever." I'm like, "Oh shit." Talking about Mez actually. He was letting some curses fly too, but I don't know if it's a big deal. But
he seemed super chill. I mean, he was pretty pretty open and a little more relaxed than Paige, in fact.
As blunt as I'm being, I hope nobody here thinks that any of us go up to these brands and speak the way we're speaking now to them on a camera.
Right.
It's completely unprofessional to act the way that I'm acting in front of them. But we always word it a lot better. I just wish we had better answers. And like you said, it's a lot of things. Definitely a lack of media training is one of them. Hasbro's really picked up on it much more lately. But I just wish we had much better answers from them. In I don't know.
Right, and I hate the question of when are we getting this character being asked? Because they're never going to answer those questions.
Never do.
You have to figure out another way to get to kind of an answer. But as much as the companies need to be media trained and learn how to conduct themselves, it's on the people who get these opportunities to also figure out how to best come at these. Interviewing is an art. It is a skill to learn as well. And no disrespect to Paige. I think he did a fine job, and that was a great interview. What I saw of it, because we had to start this. But
did we actually I'm sorry. Did we actually give the whole information about the interview and what's going on? And I don't know.
We kind of. I was getting to it, and then we got kind of sidetracked.
Yeah, just kind of lay that out for the people that are just kind of in the dark.
Okay,
because
but only if Rick says that's bullshit to every answer.
Yeah, that's bullshit. I mean, let's just keep it. Hey, man, we give so much flack to Todd and all these other guys. They all deserve the same type of fucking funk that I'm giving everybody else.
Right, so let's keep it going.
Let's do it.
All right, so lay it out for people that are totally in the dark and have no clue what the hell we're talking about right now.
All right, so let's WandaVision rewind and pretend that deviation didn't happen for just a sec, and we'll pick up basically Paige, the toy Paige, on Instagram. He does a series of lives, with people in the community, usually with Jason B. Michael, who's a toy photographer, but he has been working behind the scenes to try to get Mez from Mezco on his Hangouts, and that was today, 7 p.m. Eastern, and it just wrapped up. I want to say 30 minutes ago, so it didn't go it didn't bleed too long into us. So I did catch most of it, but I'm just gonna go through a recap here that I have on Discord that somebody was kind of live updating as it went. The first big question that Paige hit him with, everybody wants to know, yo, Robin or no?
Yeah, he said, "Do you hate Robin?"
Yeah, do you hate Robin?
Really? He worded it like that? That's pretty.
He truly did. But he
because
said it a friendly
Are you sure
tone.
this wasn't? Are you sure this wasn't me conducting the interview? I don't.
And that's in reference to the AMA that people can find a recap of on my channel as well. That was a reference to what the employee said in that thread about where's Robin, and he was literally well, Mez hates Robin. So that's literally where that quote comes from. So that's why everybody just says, well, Mez hates Robin, so we're never getting it. But what he really said was, to get his quote a little more correct, he says, I am a self-appointed big Batman fan. I don't see the sense in a Robin character existing. Yeah. I'm not saying, he continues, I'm not saying that, it's not that I'm saying I hate Robin and it would never exist. That said, today we have not done a Robin. That's not to say we will or won't. So it's a non-answer as well, but it's just him clarifying. No, he doesn't hate Robin, but he kind of elaborates more that in his Batman world where Batman is this tactical dude who fucking takes down thugs at night in high body armor and everything. Doesn't see why he would go around with a kid in primary colors fighting all these dudes.
Don't like interpret it that deep for him.
No. That's what he said.
That is true.
The quote.
I will side with Fabio on this one for sure, because what he should have said is like, hey, our Batman figures, like that when we do our own Batman figures, we've said for years that this is our own in-house Batman. Our Batman that exists within a universe that we created for this Batman. That's why this guy looks like mad weird. Looks like nothing like any of the Batmans you've ever seen before. And in our universe, there is no fucking Robin at all. So like that's why we have done Robins, because that character doesn't exist in our thing. And to go what you said, Fabio, as soon as he said, "Hey, do you hate Robin?" the first thing he said was, "I don't know Robin."
Right.
Like, I don't know Robin.
A little more backstory here for those that's listening. The reason that this was such a big deal this evening too is that we haven't had a Mezco media rep sit down with anybody for an interview for like 3 or 4 years now, I guess, right?
No,
How long has it been?
5 years. 2016 is when we did our interview.
Damn.
All right. So the last person that they had as one of their like reps who was always at the booth, and like he kind of became the sort of like media guy or the presence for Mezco, was a guy named Pierre that worked for them 5 years ago or so, or whatever. I don't know. I guess he parted with them maybe like 3 years ago or something like that. But that was the last time that anybody actually got to conduct interviews with Mezco, ask them any pertinent questions or any pressing questions. I actually got to interview Pierre, and then ever since then they have been kind of straying completely away from the media. Although they have done media giveaways and have done press events where the press gets to go there early at Toy Fair or at New York Comic Con and see the stuff before everybody else, and those type of things. And they do have some media breaks for when you want to buy product online and you want to review it and stuff like that. So they are involved in that way. But as far as interviews go, no one has had an interview. And I don't think that most people have ever even seen Mr. Mez before this evening either. So that was a pretty big deal. And for them to do it in this way, shout out to Paige. He's my guy. I know him personally. But for them to do it with somebody that doesn't really have a huge social media following, and do it in this way just was crazy. Like, you know what I mean? It was it was different. It was
like a secret drop of its own.
Huh?
It was like its own secret drop.
You know what I'll say?
Right.
I'll say, like, much like everything in the Mezco fan base and like universe, every little thing, as we saw 15 minutes ago, gets like blown up to like astronomical proportions. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just these two guys, they talk every now and then. Like you said that, like he's an admin in one of the groups, and he's like, "Yo, dude, I go live. I interview. I do a live thing on Instagram. I think it'd be super tight if you just came on and we just hung out and like just chilled and talked for like 2 hours. Maybe I ask you like what's going on with the line. You could let people know, whatever. I think that'd be pretty tight." And then, of course, this, it grows its own legs online, right? And like all the forums and all the message and like all the groups and stuff like that. Like, oh my god, he's doing a live. Like, there's an official graphic on Instagram. Like, he's doing an interview. He hasn't done interviews in for forever. Like they said explicitly at Toy Fair 1 year, we're not doing any interviews. So this is clearly an interview, right? Is this gonna be like a secret drop or some shit? I don't know, man. Like, why else would he do an interview? But like, I can totally see he was like. The consensus was like, hey, let's go live. Let's just do something fun on Instagram, and let's just see what's up. And then, of course, like what was this graphic posted? I don't know. It's all blurry, right? But like, you know, they had time, like people had time to speculate like what could this be, and of course like it like grows into something much bigger than it probably ever was meant to be ever.
I mean, see, that's the thing though. It should have been something bigger though. It shouldn't have been this kind of like ham-handed shit that we just saw, in my opinion. I think that especially with the what do we what is he? What's his official title? He's the owner of the brand, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the owner of the brand coming out and sitting down, showing his face for the first time to most people, and conducting an interview after 5 years of non-interviews and shit like that. It should have been something that was more pronounced and more like announced. Like, you know, like I don't know.
Well, I think this is because, like I was telling you in the pre-chat, I think Mez is like actually, and this was confirmed by also Pierre and also by this employee who did the AMA. Mez is like actually kind of a shy dude, and he said that at the beginning of the interview. He's like, I'm kind of shy with interviews, so I don't think it's.
What is he doing on an interview then? Where's his media guy? Like, what the fuck?
What I'm saying, let me finish. What I'm saying is, I think he would prefer it to be a small audience thing, like Page, where he knows it's only going to be hardcore people of the brand. There was like 500 people on the front.
He's gotta fucking know better than that. It doesn't matter how many people were on the live. We talking about Mezco. Look at all of these crazy diehard people for Mezco. Like, it's gonna. The rewatch of it and the sharing of it, and look at us talking about it right now directly after it fucking happened. Like, he's got to know that's going to happen. I heard them talking about resales and like, you know, all of that. He knows what the fuck is going on, even though he tried to play modest with that as well. Like, oh, you know, I don't really know what's going on with that. Now, he was right and probably accurate in saying that we have no control over that, which is 1000% true. But there is absolutely no way on earth that he doesn't know what the fuck is going on the secondary market with Mezco stuff. None whatsoever. That's insane. Like,
he would be a terrible business owner if he didn't.
Exactly. You know, yeah, it's not really gonna affect his pockets or his bottom line as far as the secondary market goes, but just the novelty of it, just to kind of know and just like, oh shit, look how much that went for. Like, you know, just as an overall businessman and looking at everything and looking at every nook and cranny, there's no way. There's no way he wouldn't know about what's going on with that. But I don't know. It's not. I don't know. I just thought it was a weird rollout, and we didn't really learn anything. There wasn't no questions about whether or not Mezco is profitable. Like, what's going on right now? Why is there so much of this push for the in-house stuff? Is it because you guys are trying to recoup? What's going, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, ask some real questions and shit. It was like mad questions of, do you think we're gonna get this, or when are we gonna get this? It's like, nah, man, that's amateur hour. That shit is whack. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and again, I'm not trying to like diss Page or diss anyone, but I wouldn't be me, and this wouldn't be the number one toy photography and podcast on the net if I didn't say the shit that I'm saying right now. Like, I gotta keep it on it, and I gotta say that. Like, that was like, we didn't learn anything in an hour and a half, really. Like, you know what I mean? But yeah, man.
I will say, to play devil's advocate to that, like, yes, definitely. Like, if you put it in black and white on paper, like a company head who explicitly said that they're not taking interviews 6 years ago does their first like interview in 6 years, it definitely should have been something huge. But like, to play devil's advocate to that, it's hard to, you know, seeing it from the other side. Like, I almost think like he never even wanted it to be like what Fabio said. Like, this is supposed to just be just like a chill, low profile, like, just hang out between you and somebody who's super into your brand, and we'll just like talk shop for a couple of moments. But to play devil's advocate to that, you cannot be the company head of the hottest figure line of like, right, like in terms of aftermarket and stuff. That cannot be something you do. Like you have to have a little bit more self-awareness than that. Like, you may want it, to be like a cool, like intimate conversation with you and like, 500 of your fans and stuff like that, like the most diehard of your fans, you may want to sit down with them and have like an intimate one-on-one with them and answer a few questions, but you have to understand that like everything you say is under a microscope, especially if you haven't done interviews in like 6 years, like,
Yeah.
so I can definitely see it from both sides for sure. Like, I understand that like that's definitely not what he wanted, so like it's hard to like to like expect something from him that he never even intended to happen, but on the other end of the spectrum, like, he should have known what was going to happen. to be quite honest.
Well, I think this is like, it just makes sense. Like, it's par for the course for literally like everything Mezco does. Like, they just kind of do something, or it's Mezco just acting on his whims. Mr. Mez is just like, yeah, I'll hang out with Paige and whatever. I don't think he wants it to be a thing. I think it makes sense given his character and the MO of the company for this to be like a if you know kind of thing, and then let the people who were there in that moment go and build the hype from there. Like, it's I don't think he's there to act as the person spreading the gospel. He's just there doing being casual and hanging out and giving them the tidbits that he does, and then allowing the community to run from there. As we get with every little hint in the comic books, we take that and go running and start discussing the speculation of what could be next, just like an episode of WandaVision or whatever.
All right, two things. Like I mentioned, all of that stuff as far as the rollout and secret drops and all of that shit is brilliant. That the way they do that is good. And if he is directly involved or the person calling the shots as far as that goes, then he's doing his job 110% there. But if that's the case, and he's so brilliant at doing that and these rollouts and all of this stuff that's happening, he's got to know better as far as it goes for the media side of things. And he should have been nowhere near this fucking talk. I just don't see how that was beneficial for him. Even though I do slightly agree with what you and P are saying about, the kind of like just kind of laid back feel of it or whatever. But the other thing I was going to ask was, what was the deal with Pierre again? Why did he part ways with the company? What was that about? I know we talked about it, but I don't remember what the actual explanation was.
I don't know if we ever got an official explanation from Pierre himself, but the speculation or the story that was told in that Reddit AMA, because that was my question to this former employee, was, whatever happened to Pierre? And he basically said, like, behind the scenes, they just didn't like him being the media person. They didn't want anyone being like a face of the company. And
that's right.
Because it was when the brand was still, with the 112 Collective in particular was still like fledgling. It was a lot more casual, It was just us going up to the booth, San Diego, and Pierre was like, hey, yeah, I'll do an interview, whatever. And I think they to have more control of the narrative. I think, like you said,
I got to chop it up with Pierre face to face. I got to kind of like feel his vibe and his energy and shit like that. I never got the idea that he was like, and I'm not saying that you're saying this, but I never got the vibe that he was like getting too big for his britches or like had a big head or anything like that. So that wasn't it, right?
No. I don't think it was that. I think it was just more that the fans were starting to kind of connect with him and as the face of the company. And it's not clear if that's the entire reason that he was let go, but maybe it caused enough friction behind the scenes where he felt that it was better to step away or whatever. But that's what was said. We don't know how true that is,
Yeah, I mean, looking at it from like a strictly like if that is the angle, like you don't want if you don't want your company to have a face at all, it's counterintuitive to have somebody giving a booth tour and then you have like 3 dozen YouTube videos coming out the day after the first day of Toy Fair, and every single one, the thumbnail has Pierre in it. Like everybody associates like the one, like if it's not the person you're subscribed to in the thumbnail, who's the other guy like showing you the Mezco booth? That's like the face of Mezco. Like that's like that's what people will think.
But I mean, there's got to be something else to that, because that could be the case, and they could just be like, all right, Pierre, we don't want you to do any more interviews. Why did his employment have to end based on that though? So it's got to be something else to it there, like, you know.
True.
Maybe they found some old tweets of his and they.
Not just that, but why would you hire him for that specific position and then be like, yeah, we don't want this.
But was that his position?
He was just one of the product development managers for the 112 brand. So he would just be at the shows and at the booth, and you would go up to the booth and ask, "Oh, who can we interview? About the thing." And he's like, "Yeah, I'll do it because I'm, the product guy." It was never a case of. It never felt like, like you said, feeling his energy. It was never a case of, "I'm gonna step up, I'm gonna be the guy." It was more like, "Oh, you guys are asking? Yeah, sure, I'll help you out. Let's do it. This will be fun."
And not even like that. It was more like a apprehensive sort of like agreement with him. Like like he was real. Chill, real laid back.
I was there too. I got that vibe as well. He was like, "All right, tight. You want to walk through? I'll do it. Whatever."
It's like Boog said. Obviously, we don't know the real reason. We're probably never gonna know. But it's just odd that like all they had to do was be like, "Hey, man, just don't do interviews no more." And I'm sure he'd have been like, "All right." Like there's something else. Obviously, there's something up. Something's up.
Yeah, there was clearly more to it. It can't have been just that simple. But
yeah,
we just don't know what happened behind the scenes.
He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who'd be like, "Yo, you're not letting me do interviews. I'm fucking out of here."
Yeah. No, there's no way.
He didn't just like, you don't know how high I can fly.
All right, so to just quickly recap more stuff from this interview.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you what other tidbits you wanted to highlight, because I just said we didn't learn anything, and that's not 100% true, but really I do kind of feel like that. But what stuck out to you that was that was good, or that was new information though?
Well, some good quotes for sure. Let me just address Mike Hawes here in the chat. He says, "I'm sorry, if I'm going to sit down after 6 years, I would tell you what you can ask and can't, and if you don't like it, then peace." And that's literally the opposite vibe that Mez had in the interview, because Paige was kind of trepidatious as to like what he wanted to ask. And Mez is just like, "No, dude, just ask me anything and I'll respond to it if I want." Like, whatever. Paige was doing too much like tiptoeing around questions rather than just like being direct, which I think Mez was more what he wanted. So some more stuff that we got from the interview, some more choice, chef kiss quotes.
Jesus.
So the bodega box got delayed literally because of the shoulder pads and the Velcro that they had to add to the Gomez for the shoulder harness, and that's why we're getting it now, because that was also meant to be. He basically described they have two models, which is the shipping, the buy it now and ship, and then the pre-orders. And the way it works with the buy and ship is they basically have like a predetermined set amount, and then they just sell through that. And then with the pre-orders, the stuff that you would get on the wait list for, depending on how much overflow is on the wait list, will determine whether they choose to fulfill the entirety of it or not. So, for example, the example that he uses is if they, if they sell 100% or something, and then an extra 10% on the wait list, then they know, in general, they can make 110% next time, and that will fulfill demand, right? So, say next time they want to fulfill 130%, they want to make an extra 20%. And they ended up just sitting on that extra 20%. That's how they kind of determine whether or not they open up, or the way the wait list works, actually, to go back, is they have an original like production number for the factory, and then depending on how much more is on that wait list, they'll modify the numbers to give to the factory to then go ahead and produce that number instead of the original set amount. But that'll depend on whether it's that extra, 10% of the orders of the original 100 were in the wait list versus a 30. If it's 30, it's more likely that they'll fulfill that, If it's just 10%, then, those extra 10% can just go aftermarket.
Understood.
So basically, the more people on a wait list, the better chance of the wait list fulfilling.
Okay.
So that's interesting. Because the way everybody would think about it before was, when you're on the wait list, you want to get on the wait list as early as possible after it starts the wait list, because you're hoping that the canceled orders of doubles or bots or whatever will get canceled, and then you being early on the wait list will help you get fulfilled.
Right.
But this is hope for people who get on the wait list late, because if enough people get on that wait list, there's a good chance it'll all get fulfilled.
Yeah, I figured that was the case when, like, I swear to God, I almost never see somebody be like, damn, my wait list didn't go through. I don't see those posts. I only see, oh shit, my wait list went through. I never see anybody be like, damn, man, I got fucked again. It's really, I mean, I've seen them, but the other is outweighs,
Yeah,
not getting through.
oftentimes I'll see people have been on the wait list for quite a while, and then it'll go through.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
like Baron Ben's, the black one that just came out, it got waitlisted, and some of the waitlist is already converted and shipped. So it entirely depends on how fast they sort through the bots and the order cancellations and defaulted payments and stuff like that.
yeah, and based on what they're doing, I would have to think that they have some great analytics department, or they're crunching numbers and really looking at that stuff. That's why I also know that it's bullshit that they don't know what's going on the secondary market. Too. But yeah, go ahead.
Paige did a good job bringing up that point, because he kind of brought it from both angles, as far as like, you as the company, if you look at aftermarket prices, could think, well, people are willing to pay more for our products, so let's bump the price of it,
Right. And he was saying that was a dangerous game, which was one of the most one of the best tidbits about the interview when he brought that up, though, for sure.
Right. So then continuing on, the Michael Keaton Batman, which is delayed, they've kind of been working on Keaton on and off since like 112 Collective started, like back when they were working on Dark Knight Returns even. And the reason that it's taken forever is because they basically had to invent a new material for the seamless body that will achieve, that'll wrap around the musculature, the metal armature inside properly, and like not get wound up, but also not be like the Fison or the TB League bodies that are like squishy. He says he doesn't like that. He doesn't like the seamless, squishy bodies. So they basically had to invent a new rubber, plastic coating or whatever to help like make this figure happen.
What's the odds that they're working with somebody from Hong Kong or from Hot Toys or some shit like that?
Yeah, there's no question they are.
Yeah.
And he even says that they tried using the Hot Toys material and that didn't work, so they had to like find a new vendor of that material to like create it for them.
Yeah, those guys in HK and in China itself, they're all about money. So somebody wants them to do something, or somebody wants to ask them questions and bring them on as some sort of like consulting or some sort, whatever it may be. They're always ready to do it. That guy that I work the booth for sometimes at Udon Collectibles, he has a lot of ties in China, and I just know that those guys, they're always ready to work with someone else and help somebody else. That's why so many like bootlegs and fakes of everything exist. These guys are always ready to make more money at all times, and they're always ready to go from one brand to another. They're always down for it.
Real quick, Super Soldier says he doesn't get it. Why isn't it just made to pre-order instead of having the wait list? Well, it's both. Like the wait list is the gauge for how many to make for the order, and if that order is over a certain amount, then they go ahead and like tack on to the original order.
No, it's a good way for them to again get more analytics and more data, and for them to not get caught out there with some shit that's not going to sell. So it's smart.
I'm sure what he meant was more of like Figma's model. Like I don't know if you guys know this, but on AmiAmi, when you order Figmas or Nendoroids, they're actually open order. They're not. They don't sell out like SHF or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
They leave the order open and people order as much as they want. And after a month, they usually close the order, and the production is just what was ordered for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that's what he meant. And those kind of things, like I just don't imagine this brand wants to have like a massive amount of stock of something. I'm sure that they love that they're exclusive to an extent. That there's a hunger for this shit. I'm sure if it was open order, it would kind of go against what they want as a brand for 112. I'm sure.
Yeah, he makes that point right away. He's like, we don't make anything with the intention to sit on it. Like anything that's buy now, like the Baron Benz that just went up was shipped right away. I already got shipping notice, and that's made to sell out right away. They don't want to sit on that.
They doing this shit like modern day merch, basically. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, everything's a pre-order and whatever. Well, however many pre-orders we get, we'll make just a little bit more than that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so we're not sitting on shit. Yeah, for sure.
So that's Keaton. As far as Reeves Superman, they threw in an additional like third head for free because everyone was complaining about the smiling head.
Oh,
so he confirmed that. And then they were asking about he was asking about the single jointed elbows on John Wick in particular, and Mez's wry answer to that is, I'm curious how many joints people actually have in their elbows.
Oh, none.
don't do that.
Hey, whatever. Like, I know he says they have 18 bodies now, but originally they had what they call like 2 human bodies, which is the Joker, or really it was the Spock, like Star Trek body, then reused for Joker. And then the 3 hero bodies, which is like, small, medium, large, like Flash, Green Lantern, or Captain America, small, medium, large, and then 1 female body. But now they have 18, and it's all kind of built on, one, like each new body is like an iteration on the previous where they add kind of new parts to it. And then, let's see, I'm just looking for the quotes here. Spider-Gwen is going to be on a new body. He didn't say whether it's going to be double or single jointed. He said it's because he doesn't remember, but maybe that's bullshit. Maybe they don't have it developed quite yet. But it's a new body because she's going to be smaller, like a teenage buck, like probably not as big as right? Probably going to be as big as the Far From Home Spider-Mans, which are a little smaller. The Homecoming Spider-Man.
While we're on the subject of like bucks and stuff, real quick, going back, Darth Clueless hit us with $10. He said the John Wick could have used a Gomez buck, which is nice, but went with the Joker body instead. If the body didn't exist, I could understand, but it does. Did he mention anything about that in that interview? What is the consensus between deciding which figure gets which buck? Why don't they go with the ones with more range of movement versus other ones?
Shout out to Darth Clueless. Thank you, bro.
Yeah,
He didn't mention that specifically, but he did say that John Wick is on a different body than it's like their human body 2.0, which does have a slightly more single jointed elbow. But then he does admit in the interview, like, yeah, we probably should have given him double jointed elbows. So he did acknowledge that it's a new body. It is different technically than the Joker body, and the Two-Face is also on that newer human body that's actually a little bigger than John Wick, apparently. So he's like a slightly more human body. And they are retiring. They're retiring the original Spock body as well.
Thank God. They only cost $8. Why not?
I was in and out. I didn't catch most of the beginning of it, but when I was in, I was I'm gonna go to the comments guy, so I was reading a lot of the comments and shit like that. Was it anything
real quick though?
Your mic is kind of bugging, yeah. While you reset that real quick, Monster Mash 20 hit us with 5. Thank you so much, man. He said, well said, Boog. They have to do better than that as a company and as an icon in the toy industry for upscale. Which I feel like it's a mixture of both, like I already said it.
I just want them to meet us halfway. I wish they'd hire somebody for media. I wish they'd do at least that much.
True.
Somebody who's trying.
I'll do it. Screw it.
yeah, Fabio will do it.
Fabio,
I got Mez is right here in LA. Just
what are you doing talking to us?
I'll let everybody know.
What are you doing talking to us, bozos? Go put in.
Shout out to Monster Man. Sorry about that. Thank you. But yeah. I don't know. Like I said, man, all of this other stuff, even like this graphic here, like everything else that they have going on in terms of how the brand looks out there is clean. Like it's good, but yeah, it's just that one. Even with the stuff with media, aside from the interview stuff, is pretty good. I can't really complain about that stuff too much. But this just, I don't know. I didn't like this.
All right, we'll finish up with a few extra choice quotes. Paige did ask about a few things. I think one thing I was excited to hear about was he asked whether we're ever going to get, first of all, the old Batmobile that we saw, like, I don't know how many fucking toy fairs ago. The The one that Aaron Williams, AW designs, fucking.
I forgot about that.
The show.
Damn.
Yeah, it's been, as he said, it's just sitting in the garage for now. Like it's not getting out of the garage. And then as far as the Zack Snyder Justice League, and if we'll ever see that Flash that they showed at Toy Fair, they're waiting to see the movie too. I guess Mez has like seen some exclusive stuff behind the scenes already, but he's waiting to see.
Just rented Tom and Jerry
product, and then the team will have a discussion.
Yeah, he went to go watch Tom and Jerry in the movie theaters, and he got
right. No, he's gonna try to watch Zack Snyder Justice League, and then it'll be Tom and Jerry that starts, and he's like, you know
imagine?
What? Tom and Jerry getting a little different right now.
He also said something very interesting too.
I'd like to know who the team members are. I'd like to know some of the intricacies of who's doing the tailoring, who's searching out the looks for certain characters and shit like that. I'd like to know a little bit more about that. But what were you gonna say, P? My bad.
I was saying, and to go more on what Fabio was saying about the Batmobiles, he also said that there was an issue with the factory for one of the Batmobiles too. Do you remember that, Fabio?
Yeah, I mean, he was saying that obviously molds are expensive in general, so like the tooling molds for a giant ass Batmobile would have just been like astronomical, and their molds are already in like 6 figures.
Well, he also said something interesting that I picked up on. He said that there was like some sort of disagreement with the factory that he was talking about. He was talking with for one of the Batmobiles. He said that they kind of like went back and forth, and they kind of sold. I'm ad-libbing here, but he said what the conversation they had at the beginning was not the same as the conversation they were having in the middle of production or something like that. I have to say, factories fucking hate Batmobiles, man. I have a big bone to pick with that because Batman Arkham Knight for Xbox One and PS4, the collector edition was supposed to come with this big ass fucking Batmobile that was like remote controlled and everything. I had that shit paid off, and like it just never came out. And and I just found out that I think late last year that like early stuff off the it was in production for a very small amount of time, and like they came out, but like obviously not enough to fulfill orders or something. So like when he said that, like I immediately thought of that, and like there's got to be something about Batmobile that these they're like, oh, these guys are doing Batmobiles, all right, tight, it's time to make some bread, let's go. And and then some people are like, I'm not paying it.
what I'm assuming is happening is that when these people are making the Batmobiles, when it's not humongous orders like Mattel is able to do, I'm sure they just don't want the trouble. They're like, bro, we're making 1,000 pieces for this, like no way. Like I'm just assuming it has a lot to do, I'm sure, with the production of it and the number of production itself not being worth their trouble or time.
That's very true.
I would imagine that a lot could go wrong with something with that many pieces and shit too.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But when Mattel is making it and they order 1 million Batmobiles, that's super worth it. But when a toy company or a video game company wants you to make 2,000 Batmobiles, they're like, bro, what the fuck? Like, you know how much time this shit is gonna take?
Right, honestly.
If we fuck something up, what the cast is gonna be like. Most people don't know those molds. They're humongous. They're like the size of cars.
Yeah.
You can imagine if the mold for a Marvel Legend is the size of a car, what the fuck is the size of a car that figure has to go in for the mold? Like, it must be huge.
To piggyback what you said, Rick, in terms of like them looking at something and they're like, I don't want to do this. That's a very standard industry practice. Like if like a certain company doesn't want to do, like a fabrication place doesn't want to do a job, they'll quote that job astronomically high. So once they see the number, they're like, oh, I'm not paying this shit. All right.
Right. So
yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Punch.
No, that's it. I was just gonna say something.
Yeah, they're basically making it worth their time if you want to pay what they're asking and shit. You know what I'm saying?
So a couple of things of what you guys said. It goes with what Mez said in the interview about them not wanting to sit on inventory. Even if they make a small production run of Batmobiles, or a pretty big one, they don't want it to end up $50 on clearance at Costco like the Mattel Batmobile ended. They want their stuff to both sell out and, you know, to get full price for it. They don't want it to be like clearanced out, which is the reason that they've actually stopped a lot of their retail partnerships, like Amazon. Like anyone who runs an Amazon store can't really get like Mezco, you know, wholesale orders to like sell on their shop because Mezco doesn't want, and this is stuff from before the interview, you know, this is just something that, you know, Crashbox Customs, for example, doesn't sell Mezco anymore. And it's because when they do these orders, sometimes they'll be sitting on stock, and Mezco doesn't want their stuff to go, you know, $60 on Amazon, $50 on Amazon, or whatever.
Yeah, nobody wants to see their product clearance out. It's bad.
Exactly.
It's bad PR.
And I think they're trying to be even more protective of that. And then, Boog, to answer your question, I met one of the guys who's their designer at DesignerCon a couple of 2019, which is fucking crazy. Almost a year ago, right? And his name is Jay. Well, he signed my Cyber Rider. His name's John Santagata. He's basically like one of these designer toy guys, you know, like Miles and this kind of thing. But he's also one of the designers for 112 Collective. So I think that's where a lot of like the, you know, the Mezcofication kind of design quality comes from, is obviously from stuff like this, you know.
Yeah, I would assume that all of these people that's doing design work are phenomenal sketch artists too. Yeah,
exactly. So that's that. Getting a couple more tidbits in here. Paige asked him about, you know, he was just kind of generally mentioning that there's people who can kind of glean the production numbers based on like the carton counts and everything. And he said, Mez said, first of all, I don't know how anyone thinks they have a gauge on production numbers. And then he says that carton numbers aren't accurate. That's just for shipment, and that there could be shipment going to different places. So the carton count that we would see would be the carton count for that shipment going to this location to then, you know, be fulfilled to the customers. But that's not to say that there couldn't be a second shipment with its own case count that's going just to Mezco, not being fulfilled anywhere, that they just sit on for, you know, whatever reason. So even though, you know, something like White Skull Agent says, you know, production run 500, doesn't mean there might not be more than that. And another thing he actually mentioned with the White Skull Agent that I thought was interesting was they were able to, the reason it is a small production run of 500 is because they tacked on that production number to something bigger. So there could have been something that they produced, you know, 1,500 of, and then a quarter of that is the 500 White Skulls. And then that's all bunked, you know, one big production order. I'm making up those numbers. The 500 is accurate, but just as an example, if they tacked it on with the Black Skulls, like is what I probably think they did, there's probably X amount of Black Skull, let's say 5,000, and then 10% of that is the 500 tacked on for White Skull Agent. Again, making up these numbers, but just as an example. So that's what production numbers work. As far as 89 Batman, they sold a shitload of them, and Dr. Zaius didn't, so that's why the production numbers on something like Batman would be higher than Zaius.
True.
There's no Star Wars license. They joked about it, but they do not have a Star Wars license. He said that Rumble Society existed before 112 Collective, which is kind of interesting.
Did it though?
That's kind of when I tuned out.
I mean,
I didn't get to hear him elaborate on that, but
I'm sure it existed like someone's mind.
Right,
Sure.
right, of course.
in my head, it's been around since I was a boy.
In my head,
Okay.
Not zombie.
There's no way to gauge whether or not, you know, like you said, it could have been just a idea on a piece of paper or some shit.
Right.
To be true.
Let's see. The other Matmobile, yeah, this is what you were saying, that they developed. Obviously, the factory was going to make it for us, and they started to change the tune of what they were saying.
That's what they said.
Yeah. Oh, and the other really interesting thing, he said they're working on a crowdfunding part of their website.
I caught that too.
Yeah, so they're going to have their own kind of HasLab kind of thing, which maybe could see that Batmobile come to life.
He also did say he doesn't want to do licensed stuff with the crowdfunding. Which
he says they're not sure if they'll do
okay.
license or Rumble Society. You know, it could just be anything.
Yeah, maybe it'll be something small. It doesn't have to be some, you know, huge thing. It could be like, you know, a set of additional head sculpts for your Batman or whatever. Like it could be anything. It could be any number of things.
So then he elaborated a little bit on the Warner Brothers DC like licensing policies. You know, like we saw with the Batmans from Mafex that got all their guns removed, and then the John Constantine that suddenly didn't have a shotgun anymore or cigarettes. And he said that apparently, according to DC, things below a certain price point can't have weapons with triggers.
Interesting.
Yeah, and he's not even clear himself on what exactly the rules are, but he did reiterate that you're just gonna have to like trust them. Like they're not gonna put out something that they advertised or they're not gonna advertise something and then not put it out with the figure. So if you saw the original images of Constantine, he is still gonna come with the gun and all that stuff.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much what we said anyway. That's how they was gonna play. So yeah.
But I'm sure you haven't gone to it yet, but that's weird that he said that because there's a lot of people I saw complaining today that figure didn't come with a slashing effect that it claimed it was going to come with on its page.
Wait,
that Baron Benz or something? They said that there's like that there was a list, and then they edited the list, and they have the screenshot that it said it was going to come with a slash effect. That it did not come with.
Yeah, that was a typo. Because that was only listed on the Black Baron Benz, and people saw that and were like, "Oh, wait, did this come with it, or we didn't see this in the previous images?" That's what the new one that just dropped. So the contest winners who already had it in hand were like, "Yeah, it's not in my box, so I don't know what that is."
All right. So anything else really significant from this?
They're doing one Joe per quarter, so they're not just doing Destro. They have intentions to represent as much of Joe as possible, and he said that they're planning to release one per quarter. So
four Joes a year. Okay?
4 GI Joes per year.
4 Joes a year.
Yeah, they're targeting a figure a quarter.
Two Cobra, 2 Joes would be nice a year.
That would be sick. He doesn't give a straight answer, but he is aware that people do want more pink skulls, like another version or a re-release. But he said that they're cool just doing like one and done runs. They're not going to revisit shit. So if they do, it'll probably be it doesn't mean that if they finish a run of a character, it doesn't mean they won't necessarily go back and do another version. So maybe
obviously it won't be this, but like they could do like a bloody version of a skull, like one that's just gone in a scrap or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, they've done that with the
Nosebleed.
The Gomez, we got the battle damaged Gomez head recently, and we're going to be getting the what was it, like a squinting eye or something for this Bodega Box one? What was
he has like a people's eyebrow going.
Okay, right.
He do be
and his eyes light up too. I'll show that in the pickups segment. He said just some interesting quotes. He says he never wants to see 112 Collective at mass retail. So this is never going to be on Target shelves.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't want it on Target shelves either because those people.
Yeah, I mean, why would you? When you've got your own kind of brand, you got your own thing, you can control everything from your site. That's smart.
Super dilutes it. And just
it's not
Marvel
Legends, so
it makes sense. Watching Shark Tank, I've learned that those companies are a pain in the ass to deal with when you talk with them. Like I hear that they're a nightmare. So I don't know.
Then I wouldn't want to mention that. Like, do you want a freaking $90 Mezco on store shelves and somebody doing a fucking swap or stealing the shit or whatever? Like, what the fuck?
I'm sure somebody in the comments that's going to say to themselves, hey, these guys are talking about a high-end figure not being on the Target shelves, but there's SHF. Well, let me stop you right there, little Joshua. Here's the problem. Okay, what people don't realize is that Bandai is the biggest toy company in the world. It's not even close. They're the biggest toy company in the world. So their stuff being on the shelf is very different from somebody like Mafex or Mezco having their stuff on the shelf. It's just not the same. That company has always been down to have stuff on shelves. In Japan at Toys R Us, they have aisles full of SHF. It's not the same. So just in case anybody's like, hey, they have higher end. It's just that company's image and what they want for themselves is just definitely not the same of what Mezco or Metacom Toys would want. I'm sure.
Yeah, I think they would shoot themselves in the foot to do anything like that. They've got a tried and tested method here with how they're selling their product. I can't take anything away from them as far as that goes.
Yeah, and I mean they're selling with the biggest online toy retailer in the U.S. with Big Bad Toy Store. So like, I mean, you know, you're reaching the audience you want anyways when you're rooting
anyway,
those
yeah,
guys. You know, you're already there. You know, as far as online goes, you know, your stuff, them, and GameStop. You know, it pretty much doesn't get any better than that. You know,
I'm surprised that they don't have some type of deal with Entertainment Earth though.
they used to. They do they not have that anymore, Fabio?
I don't think so. Yeah, I mean they did
wasn't-
have like 2 exclusives or something, maybe just
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, they used to.
I think that was important at like the beginning of the line to like establish those partnerships, but once because you know it helps build the brand knowledge and the brand awareness. But now that they're at the point, you know, as you said, they're basically at the height of their popularity right now. They really don't need any of that. They are like the exclusive partner that they put stuff out through now.
All right. Anything else? I wanna wrap up Mezco. We gave them a lot of time.
No, that's about it. Yeah, just stay tuned on the 18th. Shit's going crazy that day. I mean, all kinds of stuff. And don't forget to wish Boog happy birthday on that day. And you know, buy yourself some Mezco and
Officially an old man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going on. I'm looking forward to Conan, and I'm looking forward to Mr. Freeze, which both are just a little over a year since the pre-order. All that other shit, they could keep all that other shit.
All right. That about wraps us up for the main show. Am I correct there?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it?
That's it for the main show, yeah.
All right.
All right, goodbye. Hey, everybody, welcome to the after show. How's it going?
Hey! Let's see it. Yeah.
Let's go.
What are we talking? Pickups or what?
Yeah, pickups. I guess there's really not much to talk about.
Boog wants to get out of here.
Yeah, Boog wants to leave.
Yeah, I gotta get out of here, of course. But I'm gonna just say that I got thank you to Suleiman Lives. Thank you to Enlightened. Is that feedback coming from me?
No, that's Rick.
That's me. Sorry, I have to do mobile. I don't know why, but my internet's being shitty on desktop.
Okay. I reviewed the Bato figure today. I'm pronouncing that right, Rick? Oh, he went away.
Oh, it's you're good. It's Bato from
from Ghost in the Shell. So I guess I'll have that up maybe tomorrow or Monday. Even though I didn't get that this week. What did I get this week? I don't know. I was supposed to get my damn troop builders from Marvel Legends, the Hellfire guys, but I don't know what's happening with the shipment with that. Oh, I'm bugging. I got the bodega box. No, not the bodega box. I got the Krieg, I think.
Yeah, the Toys Fair box.
Yeah, I didn't even open it because it's actually not really mine. But yeah, I got that, and I got the McFarlane Spawn, and I got pieces to complete my Toy Biz Apocalypse. So shout out to Badger the Collector for that, and maybe like 1 or 2 other things, and that was it. But I've got stuff on the table right now that I need to finish for next week as far as reviews go. Like I said, I'll get Bato up tomorrow or Monday and finish up the Hulk video as well, and maybe look at a couple other things. But that's it. Love y'all. Goodbye.
Buddy.
All right. Good night.
Bye.
Now the real after show begins.
Surprise,
Now we're gonna talk Mezco.
Basically.
Luca Placaya. I did forget to mention that, but yeah, the PX partnership program with Mezco, I think, is coming to an end as well. It seems like they're not going to be doing PX exclusives anymore, and that kind of makes sense. It doesn't seem like they're really doing variants quite so much anymore. Like we've had a lot of like single releases lately, like Two-Face, KG Beast, Iron Fist. You know, like
and, not just that. I'm sure you said it earlier. I was going to mention it, but I didn't want to drag on anymore. But Boog's gone. Let's drag it on.
Hell yeah.
I would assume that they wouldn't want anything to do with these comic book shops holding this shit, because I'm sure you've noticed these dudes are ready to mark those things the fuck down and get them out of their shop.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that they don't like the idea that these comic shops that they have absolutely no control or say over are ready to mark these things down as soon as they're like, yo man, we got this $100 toy here for fucking 4 months. Put that shit at $50. And I've come across, I used to come across that all the time. These comic shops are just always ready to mark them down and get them out because it takes up a lot of space. Those
no,
boxes.
that's true. I got my I think I got the Magneto from PX from my comic shop like around Black Friday or something, and it was like on, it was doorbuster, 30% off all toys. All right, yeah.
Yeah, man.
$60 Magneto, let's do it.
That's exactly why I'm sure that they don't want to do it any longer.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that is the speculation, and it seems like that might be true. Pancho, you want to talk about your pickups real quick?
Okay, sure. What did I get?
I gotta get mine. I'll be right back.
I got the Green Ranger, baby. Lightning Collection. Super stoked. Finally, really happy to finally have like an Atom head, man. Like needed this for a while. Shout out to, I forgot who did it. Somebody in the group did a shot. Maybe it wasn't even in the group. It was on Instagram or something. Somebody did a shot with this Atom head sculpt, slapped him on a frogman body, and had a cutout that said, "I'm a frog." Incredible. I thought that was so funny. What else did I get? Big shout out to, let's see, I know his name on Facebook. Also has Instagram. Okay, on Facebook. Or his. On Instagram, he's Tobor2099 and Kaiju Enemy. We did a sick, nasty trade.
Sick, nasty. Okay.
Absolutely. Rick, you're going to be very excited for this. Longer.
Dispense is kid.
Boy.
Let's. But he was looking for a Cobra. Happen to have one. Viper. I've been trying to get rid of that thing for. I know, like weeks ago when I got it, I opened it, but then I was like, you know what? I have no connection to this franchise. I might as well. And thank God I did, because CJ was nice enough to offer me a let's go, a Dan Moriboshi SH Figure Arts baby for it.
I've seen you post that picture. I was like, damn. He did
that one of those Sentai guys?
Yeah, it's one of them. Yeah, it's one of Toku guys. Toku, not Sentai. Toku.
One of them Toku boys, eh?
Oh,
Tokusatsu, man.
well, use me.
Princess.
Yeah. Super smooth trade. Would you believe it? First trade I've ever done in my entire life.
Really?
Yeah, I've never ever done a trade ever.
Me neither. Oh, you know what? I'm lying. I've only ever done trades in person with like local people here in the Bay Area, like JC or something like that. Like, I don't trade with anybody online ever at any point in time.
Yeah, it's rough.
Nobody trusts me.
Shit.
Nobody trusts me, and guess what? I don't trust them.
Noni M in the chat says, was Adam Ranger original movie? I'm in the movie? Yes, he sure. Dad, I'm a frog in the movie. Well, I love that so much. Incredible. But yeah, big shout out to CJ. He's a great dude. One of the smoothest trades. I will say the smoothest trade I've ever done in my entire life. Let's go.
Man, you're setting yourself up for failure in the future, though. It's never gonna be that.
I know. I will say, hold on one second. That's not the only trade I ever did. In the third grade, I traded a copy of Mega Man X3 for Mortal Kombat 2. The worst trade I've ever done. Fucking life. Mega Man X3 is like $200 loose.
Oh yeah, you want to hear real pain?
Oh no.
Pancho, let me sprinkle a little good one for you. Make you feel better for the rest of your life.
Oh no.
When I was in the first grade, I had a first edition Charizard, and
$1 million that young?
Some guy came to school and he was like, "Yo, look what I have," and I was like, "Whoa, is that a fucking Feraligatr foil?"
Stupid.
And he was like, "Yep, from Japan."
From Japan.
It's not even released yet here in the States, brother. He's like, how about I trade you that first edition Charizard, which anybody could buy at a local card store for like, I think at the time it was like $100. He's like, and I give you this Feraligatr that nobody has. And I was like, oh, done dealy, McNeely.
Oh, no.
and I traded it, and I've regretted it for the rest of my life.
Fuck this shit.
How about that?
Wait, hit him with Bill. Hit him with Bill.
Oh, with Bill.
Fucking thing sucks.
Yeah, Rick,
I can't hear it.
you gotta watch? So in the Discord, I have another stream running. You gotta watch the other two.
Okay.
Which is my.
I kept seeing those two streams, and I was like, "Whoa, what's going on here?"
Yeah, you can watch both at the same. So just watch mine. You can hear the soundboard too.
You know what? I insist you do too.
I'm watching the pan cheesy, the pan cheesy, like Boog likes to say, pan cheesy.
That's it.
Pan
Pan cheese.
I say.
Pan cheesy.
That's it. Fabio, you're still looking at shit you got?
I'm here. I'm just getting my camera set up.
I got a bunch of stuff from GPS Lot also.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I got a bunch of like shirts and stuff. Yo, silly me, I forgot to buy pants, dude.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh, come on. You went to school in your underwear? Come on.
I know, right?
Worst
You're
nightmare.
looking like a toddler at a men's urinal, just pants all the way down, shirt still on. Just
Yo, let me tell you. First of all, free pause on this story real quick. I was at a skate park, maybe about like 6 years ago. I was at a skate park. Me and my friend were walking into the restroom. We walk in. My friend 180 as soon as he stepped one foot into the restroom, turned around 180, clasping his mouth, like cramming the laughter back in. He's like, "We gotta fucking go, man." He's like laughing so hard. I was like, "Yeah, what the fuck?" We see this kid at the urinal, pants on the ground, shirt up like this.
Oh my god.
Standing like, yo, maybe like 3 feet away from the urinal, just like go. I was like,
Just
holy
rocket
fuck,
ship.
dude.
Wow.
was this Butters for South Park?
I know, that's the first thing I thought of. I was like, yo, this guy's a whole ass Butters out here, dude. It's so funny.
Yeah, I had an incident just like that 3 years ago at Costco. I go into Costco, I see this guy who's obviously, he's not all there. It's okay, whatever. He had his pants down to the floor. I was like, okay, I'm gonna let this dude be. And I even back then I always get weary, like, man, I'm about to touch a precious object. I gotta wash my hands first and then wash it after. So I'm finished washing my hands. The guy washes his hands, he's out of there. And I look at the urinal that he was at, and you would not believe what I see in there. I see a Sailor Moon action figure in the urinal. And I wondered to myself, was that his? Or was that just like, what's going on here with the Sailor Moon? Just full piss. And it was like not a cheap one either. It's like one of those $20 ones that they sell at like Barnes and Noble. I was like, whoa, what's going? Did this guy did she hurt him or what's going on here?
Did she hurt him?
I was just like, damn, like, gee, I'm not gonna take a picture of a doll in piss, but like, this is something else. And I might fuck around
and do it. Whatever.
That's a blurst image.
Incredible.
Yeah, man.
What? One more bathroom stall story, I guess. I used to work with this guy named Joey. Big shout out to Joey from IHOP. I know you're out there listening.
Big Joey.
Big Joey.
He had like a very distinct voice. I can't even do it. He sounded like Robin Williams' brother from Mrs. Doubtfire, if you can imagine that.
God. Like that?
Yeah.
Oh, Bruce Valanche?
Yeah. He was like, we used to dog on him because like one day somebody found out, like, I don't know what it was, maybe the door opened, like the latch was broken or something, but like he was like on the toilet, taking a fat shit, whatever, and like his pants were like on the ground. First of all, I would never let my pants touch the ground of a public restroom. This is the here. But his pants were like on the ground, and he took his shirt off, and it was hanging on like the stall. So when the door swung open, people saw his shirt and his apron on like the hanger, and everybody's like, "Yo, what the fuck? What are you doing?" He's like, "I can't even do this." He was like, "I don't see what the big deal is." He's like, "I don't know what the big deal is."
What's the big deal? So I take a shit without a shirt.
They're like. My friend was like, "Yo, why are you getting
pick me up?"
He's like, why are you taking a shit in IHOP fucking butt naked? He's like, I'm not naked. I still have my pants on. They're like, it's on the floor, dog. Like, your shirt is off and your pants are on the floor. You're fucking naked, dude.
All right. I'm gonna share one because we're on a roll here.
We're on a roll. Right. Let's go.
Like 2 summers ago. Yeah, that's right. I went to like I think it's called Midsummer Scream. It was like a Halloween convention or like a horror movie, kind of horror goth convention in July. Super weird. But I went, and like, full disclosure, at the time, I had a bladder infection. It was not great to deal with. Really bad. And that was from my brief stint. I think that was like the result of me like working on a set that like did not let me have that. Oh, I know what it was. I was working at that time in that summer. Like, most productions were shut down, so I was doing a lot of like audience work, where I'd literally sit in the audience like game shows and shit. They fucking suck. After that summer, I never did that again, because half the time they're fucking Nazis and they don't let you like use the bathroom. They don't let you like bring in like something to read. They obviously like take your phone and shit, so you're completely bored. So you try to bring in like a book, or like I had my journal, like a bunch of shit. And they don't let you come in with it. They don't want anybody like ever looking down. They want everybody like fucking sitting up and like, you know, looking up so that they can figure out where the cameras go. Basically, they just didn't let me go to the bathroom, and I was at the shoot for like 8 hours, and I just had to hold this shit in, and I got a bladder infection because of it, and I stopped doing it. So I went to this convention with my girlfriend, and I had to go use the bathroom whilst, you know, dealing with this thing, and it takes a while to get a proper stream going, let's say. So I'm not going to fucking stand up and wait for the stream. So I got into a stall and I fucking sat down, and I'm going to, you know, urinate, right? But I noticed that after I latch the door that it's like, or I'm trying to latch the door, and it's like the stall is like askew. It's like down like 2 inches on one side. So I have to physically like lift the door from the bottom to like get it to like be at the height of the latch so I can be able to lock it. As I do that, I'm noticing that I'm lifting all of the stall. The fucking thing, you know, somehow broke, and now it sits wrong. So I did it, and I like picked it up and I lashed it into place. Someone 2 stalls down was done using the stall. They opened the door, and the whole fucking thing collapsed. Like all the stall around me dropped like 2 inches, and it was like, oh, like the walls were fucking closing in on us. Everybody who was like sitting down in the toilet just had like a collective, like, what the fuck?
Oh my god, like the lawyer from Jurassic Park.
and that actually, and it scared me so bad, it actually did get my urine stream going. So that was great.
Well, you know, a happy ending after all, huh?
All right, now Rick, tell us about your Coachella porta potty story.
All right, so I was listening to Rihanna's set. I had my shirt on. Nah.
Stupid.
Hey, we appreciate everybody who's here for these stories.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? At some point before we end the show today, I'll tell my D23 story. It's hilarious. You guys.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, at some point I'll tell it.
Well, let's real quick. Shout out Punker Mike in the chat. If you don't strip butt ass naked and sit crisscross applesauce while in a public restroom, can you even call yourself a man? All right, Fabio. What did you get this week?
What did I get this week? All right, okay, that was a great segue. I appreciate that. Let me switch my cameras here.
Uh-oh.
There it is.
Uh-oh, get the light out.
Get these lights on. Let me light up here. Well, you can already see. I got that new hotness. I got that new Mezco hotness.
Stupid.
Is that Nick Fury?
Is that Nick Fury?
I got that Hazard Squad Commander Gomez, bro. He's sick, honestly. This honestly might be my favorite Gomez.
Really?
Just because it's different enough, and it comes with enough new things that it doesn't feel like just him in a different outfit. Like obviously it is, but there's enough new things going on where, you know, enough new additions, and obviously this is a new head sculpt too, which has a new expression where he's all people's eyebrow.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't hate that, but this is also the head.
Watch me. It's like, I'm just
with the light up feature.
Hell yeah. How do you feel about you have to keep it pressed at all times?
Yeah, I wish you could. I wish it had a
timer.
like a timer. Like you press it and it stays on for like 10 seconds or something.
Yeah.
That would be really cool. I figure it was done like this because of the way that the electronics are inside. I think I can just take it out. Let me see. Yeah.
I don't know about all that. Well, okay, I can see.
It's like two like exposed bulbs. So I don't know that they want this like sitting inside of the plastic head turned on for too long. I wonder if there's concerns about it like getting hot and like melting it from the inside or something.
Do some LEDs next time, man.
Yeah,
Come
LEDs
on.
are
I feel like these are LEDs, but I don't know. There's got to be a reason that they didn't do this. It could just literally be for like the play feature aspect.
Oh, it's because
like,
they're cheaper. Let's not mince words. It's cheaper.
Probably.
To do it.
Then it does have the like the Velcro here, so the belt stays on like pretty tight. And
Hey,
he's,
that's the reason for the delay, right? Isn't it? Or no?
pretty much. Nearly exactly that. It's literally they just added these little shoulder pads on here.
Is it worth
And
it?
You can take it off. I mean, they're stitched in, but it's not like glued on, so you just have to like remove the stitching, and you would have a clean like blue sweater if you want.
Oh,
But
nice.
I don't know why you would, because it would be uneven. You'd have to leave it on this side so that it stays flush.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what he said in the interview. Is that I guess it wasn't even like it was falling off. It was like floating above it. And then this took me a sec to like figure out. He comes with like the wrist communicator thing. And the instructions kind of have you. Here, let me show this a little better. The instructions want you to like put the cuff at the bottom right here, and like have a little bit of blue sticking out over the other end of it right here.
All right.
That looked really bad to me. It looked like this sleeve like suddenly became too short, and so I wanted to like bunch it in there somehow, and I managed to get it like flush so that like the end of the wrist communicator is like actually at the end of the sleeve. And then you can plug in like all kinds of stuff to it, but right now I just have like the little like heads-up display hologram thing right here.
Oh, nice. What's that? The world?
Something like that.
Is it? I don't know.
That is
I don't
a
know.
world.
That is a world.
There's like a little human silhouette in there
Oh,
too.
okay. Never mind.
This looks like the golden plates or whatever that NASA sent out into space.
Oh, brother.
Cool.
And then the boom right here like opens up, and there's like a computer inside. It's neat. I mean, mostly the real big draw of it, I already put it away on the shelf, but I did have it on the table for a while because it took me a while to like make room for it. But like the playset that it comes with is really sick too.
That's
And then of course the star of the show.
Oh yeah, there we go.
There it
there
is.
he is.
That's a great looking pigeon. You can't deny that. It's a good looking pigeon.
Yeah, well.
Yo, that
Right.
he do be having pigeons.
Right? So that's Gomez. And then I also got MF Craig 13.
Official name.
Specific shout out.
He's cool. I mean, I knew what I was getting into here. It's Mezco's Destiny, basically, like Destiny, the video game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, basically, it's their version of like space super soldier kind of guys. The poncho I really like on it. I mean, obviously.
Yeah, there you go.
Step up from
Thank you.
from the Judge Dredd poncho or what?
No, it's a totally different poncho.
No, I said step up.
Oh yeah, no, definitely step up.
That's
I keep hearing that's crispy over and over. By the way,
something is up with like Streamlabs, and it's sending the API for like our.
oh wow,
It
okay.
loops it. It's so strange.
But yeah, the poncho's nice. I like that it actually has like the decals put in, but it does come with like the sticker sheet, so you can add like custom decals to it too. And I didn't notice this from like the preview images. I don't even know if I have it out here with me, but the sticker sheet is actually like textured. This isn't one of the stickers, but like it mimics the texture of this like leather on here, so that's kind of cool.
Oh my god!
But the Krig himself, I mean, he's dope. He's just like, your boy. He's got the laser tag vest. You can take off the helmet. His eyes glow. I mean, what else is there to complain about? The fact that I need 5 in 2 colors and 2 in the yellow.
Oh my god. That's right. That image is gonna curse you forever, huh?
Yeah, I mean, who's army building at $85 a piece, right?
Thousandaires, even.
GI Joe collectors.
Oh god. Maybe guys that sell GI Joes.
Right. But yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's It's the two, figures from the boxes that came out. I think one thing I would have liked is that if this guy came with like, first of all, if the helmet was translucent and the eyes or whatever were actually translucent. I'm not even showing it on camera. The little eyes, I wish those were like translucent plastic, and then you could maybe just not even have the head on, or have a different head that amplifies or allows the light to shine through, so that you could have the helmet on, but then the light's poking through the front of it. That would have been one cool addition. But I see why they did what they did. It's got no neck articulation. What are you gonna do? Looking sick. I also hate that he's like lefty. Like it's really hard to do like left-handed gun poses for some reason.
A little southpaw, huh?
A little southpaw, exactly, dude. But he's dope. I like the character design a lot, and still trying to get Blood Force. Who's gonna hook it up? Who's gonna help me out and let me get a Blood Force Krieg off of him, huh? Trade you a McFarlane Spawn for it. Kickstarter Spawn.
Hey, that's $300 you got there, buddy.
That's why it's an equal trade.
That's it, yeah.
I'll even throw in $15 cash. $350 cash.
I need about $350.
Goddamn luck, monster. There you go. That's I think literally all I got. I got some dios too, but I already put them away, so I don't want to take them out.
Okay.
But I got more of those those resin dios.
Oh, nice.
One of these like G.I. Joe like military toy companies keeps them in stock. So I got a couple new sets, and I'm trying to double down and get like a second one of the ones that I got, because it's like a straight up floor and fence set with like a real metal fence.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, pretty legit. I mean, I sing the praises of 12 World. In fact, this is a good opportunity for me to plug an episode of A Toy Kind of Mood that I did. My friends over at God Hates Geeks, their toy show, we did a diorama special episode, and I kind of like went through each one of the dios that I have from 12 World, and kind of pros, cons, that kind of thing, a little breakdown. Good stuff. Definitely recommend watching that. God Hates Geeks right here on YouTube. And now that is the end of my hauls.
Dang.
That's
What
fantastic.
about you, Rick? What's good in the hood?
Yeah, it was funny. I was at Target the other day, and I don't know if I said this last week. Yeah, I was at Target the other day, and I walk into the toy aisle at 9 p.m., something like that, and they're putting out that new X-Men wave.
Right.
Oh,
And it was funny, man, because I see them putting it up, and I don't want to be a dick and just be one of those people like, yo, can I get that before they put it? I'm at least gonna let this poor worker put it on the pegs, right? And so he puts it on the pegs, and there's this other guy at the end of the aisle, and I'm just like, okay, whatever. He's probably here for something. Bro, tell me why this dude books it to the Marvel Legends, grabs a Wolverine hastily, and then looks me dead in the eye, and then books it out of the store. Like, dude, there's two in the case, brother. And I was just like, all right, man. And I
doesn't even have a bath piece.
Yeah, I was like, all right, man. And I took the rest of them, and I was like, God, what a fucking weirdo. This is the kind of guy people think that we are. It was so odd. It was really weird. What else did I buy? Oh, I found Hot Dog finally, the Fortnite Hot Dog man.
Oh, Fuckboy Hot Dog? Hell yeah.
Yeah, Fuckboy Hot Dog, finally found him. I'm trying to think. Did I find anything else? I think that's it, man. Kept it really light, keeping it classy yet hood.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you wanna tell your D23 thing before we head out?
Yeah, it's funny. So recently there was an image going on of Mahershala Ali.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's talk that. The next thing is TV film. We might as well talk about that.
Let me pull that up. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of people are calling it fake, some sort of render, but we did see art like that at D23. It was the Disney Plus panel, and it was really funny because at the beginning of D23, if anybody's ever been there, it's a Disney run and done con just by them. So yeah, it's funny when you get in, they give you this bag that's like a sealy bag that you put your phone in it so that you don't record what's going on. And to open the bag, it makes a lot of noise, so it's very obvious when you're opening your your bag to use your phone kind of thing. They kind of watch you like, hey, put your phone in that bag, and they watch you put it in there, and then that's it. You know, your phone's in there, you open it, you make a lot of noise, people are kind of going to notice and whatnot. And so I put my phone in that bag, and I really didn't seal it, even though I made it seem like I did. And the lady was like, all right, cool. And I go to sit down, and they start doing the Marvel stuff, you know. Well, I think first they did Star Wars. And you know, Ewan McGregor comes out, he's talking about the Obi-Wan series. They talk about the Mandalorian, and I'm taking pictures of all of this. I'm like, dude, this is gonna be so good for the podcast. Sure. This information is gonna be available right after the panel, sure. But these pictures were absolutely not available after the panel. I've still never seen any of the pictures that I saw out. A lot of the trailers that I saw, like so many times, I'm sure Pancho can attest. A trailer will come out and David won't be like, what do you think of this? And I'll be like, oh yeah, this trailer came out like 6 months ago. It's awesome. And he'll be like, no, buddy, it just premiered today. And I'm like, oh yeah, fucking D23. And so I was filming. I was taking pictures. I wasn't recording the videos just because I thought that was putting a little too much sauce on it. And so I was taking a lot of pictures. They start talking about Mahershala, and they have the Blade logo. I take a picture of the Blade logo. Maybe it wasn't a picture of Mahershala, but it was like a picture of a suit, and I took a picture of that. They talk about Moon Knight. There's definitely a concept art picture of Moon Knight out there, and I took a picture of it. Took a picture of the logo. They talk about She-Hulk. They talk about Miss Marvel, and so I'm taking pictures of She-Hulk, and all of a sudden this guy taps me on the shoulder, and he snatches my phone from my hand, and he's like, looks like he's a fucking like a CIA agent. This motherfucker 6'6" with a suit on, with sunglasses on, in a dark room, and he's like, open up your photos right now. Unlock your phone. And so I unlock my phone, and he looks at me, and he's like, I'm gonna watch you delete every single picture you just took today.
Oh no!
And I was like, okay.
I would have gone right to my saved dick pics.
So
the ones that keep in the chamber to fire off. You know, you don't take fresh ones every time.
Oh Christ!
I wasn't even thinking, because the person in front of me was doing it too. So I was like, obviously they don't want you to, but it's kind of like a thing people just do, I thought. And so I'm like, Jesus Christ, and my hands are shaking. I'm like, okay, I'm deleting every picture. And then I delete every picture. I was like, see, there's nothing there from today besides my Poke Bowl that I had earlier. And he's like, oh, you think this is funny? He's like, go to your trash right now. And I go to my trash, and he's like, delete that trash right now.
Your
and I
trash,
delete the
bro.
trash, and he's like, I want to see you put that phone in the bag right now and seal it. And then I put my phone in the bag, and I sealed it. And he's like, thank you. And then he walks away, and I was with this girl who was like, I was with this girl who's like a convention friend of mine, that like some of our convention friends, like we all know each other and whatnot. And she's just like shaking. She's like, don't do that again. And I just started like kind of having like a mini argument with her. I was like, dude, look at the person in front of us. They're fucking taking pictures. They don't tell them anything.
Can't bring you fucking anywhere.
Micro arguments in public. I love that.
I was like, I can't do anything. And yeah, man, we just continue with the panel. I don't even imagine touching my phone ever again. And then we leave, and she's just like, man, I really don't want to go with these panels with you. You're gonna keep doing this.
It's so funny.
And I was like, man, I was like, we do a podcast. I was like, I just thought it'd be good to have. I was like, there's other people taking pictures. They just singled me out. And she was like, I know, but just don't do that again. And I didn't do that again, just because I didn't want to run in with the fucking with the alien police, like tuxedo Men in Black shit.
Right.
Yeah, it was really funny. It was really dope. Literally every announcement had the actors come out. The fucking Rock was running up and down the aisle giving people high fives. I'm sure now that COVID happened, that'll never happen again. And would you believe it? He stopped like 5 aisles in front of me, and I was like, no, I'm gonna touch your big hand. Yeah, it was a dope experience. If you've never been to D23, it's the best convention ever, and it's not even close. It's not even 50% close. It's way better than any other convention that's run. When you wait in line to get into into the event, or like for a panel or whatever, it's all indoors in an air conditioned room with TVs just playing Disney movies all night, and concessions there for you to buy it during the night. It's incredible. Like, how that's so nuts. It's so sick. Yeah, highly recommend it, but don't take pictures at the panel.
That's true.
Yeah, and that's the story of how I was almost assassinated.
Incredible.
Well, yeah, you forgot the part where you looked down on your chest first and saw a red laser beam. So
I was on
where's
the
that
phone.
coming
I was on the phone with the buyer, and all of a sudden, a red beam just came right up my chest and then between my eyes. And he said, "If you don't want to lose your head, you're going to transfer $2 million to my bank account right now."
Geeky Fresh. He says, "Was it the security dude from Lilo and Stitch?"
Dude, no, this dude was white. He looked like his name was Bryce. He had the spiky hair. He was like 6'6", 250 lean. Like, he had the sunglasses on and the suit. I was like, damn, man, I'm not gonna be able to escape this guy. Then a guy behind him was big and bald. He looked like that. He looked like Johnny Sins. You know, it was. I wasn't catching a break.
Johnny Sins.
I was not catching a break that day, man.
Oh no.
If I were security, I would have let you take those pictures, Rick.
Yeah, man, the person in front of me was doing it. She never got in trouble. God, I feel like I'm arguing with that girl all over again. I was like, look at her. She's taking pictures right in front of me. Nobody's telling her anything. Oh, man.
I feel like we
Is there
can't.
any other TV film to discuss? I finished Batwoman finally. It was all right.
How's that?
Yeah, it was fine. They bring in Hush as a villain in like the last few episodes.
Yeah, actually the Riddler in this one, or what? How much more can they sully his name?
Actually, that's one thing that we could discuss. There's that Batman fan film that came out. That's
Oh yeah,
yeah, that's making
check that out.
What's it called?
No more tears. Wait, no, that's not. That's an Ozzy Osbourne song.
Christ. Called like
It's called Batman Crawling in My Skin.
Pieces. Like Pieces and Easy or something.
Batman Paper Cut.
Oh, let's figure it out.
It's an AMV of Vegeta in the Rain.
Oh no, it's Dying is Easy. That's what it's called.
Dying is Easy. That's right. And it is in fact just the Naruto versus Sasuke fight scene set to
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
set to Linkin Park Numb.exe.
Yeah, and with a big ass Power Director watermark right across the center.
Yeah, and at the end we get half of the Rock Lee Gara fight.
Right.
But it just mysteriously cuts off in the middle of like Gara getting owned.
Right. Well, I mean, there's no need to go on from there.
Yeah, I mean, just cut it off. We all know who's the winner.
Did you watch that whole thing, Fabio? The Dying is Easy?
Yeah, I watched it. It's pretty good. It's not like a lot of like action. It's more like kind of an extended face-to-face talk confrontation between Batman and Joker.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like some cool like detective aspects and like some good fight scenes, but it's just kind of funny, like the cast, like it. I mean, this was like a crowdfunded movie, so they added stuff in after the fact, depending on stretch goals or whatever. But like some of the cameos are like really random and like really like inconsequential.
Yeah.
Like they have the dude who plays, the Fawn, the Pale Man and everything in Pan's Labyrinth. The guy who played Silver Surfer, honestly, Doug Jones. He plays like the Riddler, but like you wouldn't really know he's the Riddler if it weren't for like all the question marks on his little like Arkham suit. Like there's not really, he has like one line, but it's this whole like, oh man, you got to see all the cameos in this thing. And it's like, but like, I don't know. It really doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's just little cameos. Cool, but whatever.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it right now.
I wish we had a Frozone soundbite. And he starts monologuing, because that's what it sounds like this fucking thing is. It's just a bunch of monologuing.
A little bit. I like the guy who plays Batman though, for sure. He's been like the superpower beatdown Batman for like years,
It was like an Alex Ross painting.
Where are the other drinks going? Where's Rachel?
No, he doesn't sound like that. He actually has a good bat voice. He's got a good bat chin. Really.
Yeah, he really does. The chin is where it's at.
I'll pull it up with no. It's good. It's a well-made film, no question. I mean, there's some green screen, but like there's random people in this cast. There's fucking Michael Madsen from
what the hell
from Quentin Tarantino films.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
We gotta get Madsen in on this.
Right? he's not even Commissioner Gordon. He's fucking his partner Bullock.
Bullock, yeah.
Yeah, and then Commissioner Gordon is like barely in it. I think he's like literally in the beginning. This right here. That's Commissioner Gordon. That's Casper Van Dien, who was the lead in Starship Troopers.
This looks like when I asked my mom if we can watch Breaking Bad, but she says we have Breaking Bad at home.
Right. Here's the best one. Here's the best one. Who is this? Anybody?
Anybody that thinks the Earth is flat? Like, what the fuck?
I'm being silly. Like, this actually is a well-made film, but these are just some of the funny elements of it to me that I'm like, I'm watching it and I'm like, oh, it's this dude, cool. But in retrospect, you're like, did they really just debt this dude for like a little cameo in this?
Who is this?
This is Chris Daughtry, like the singer, like the rock
singer, fucking Daughtry.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Right? That's what I want out of this. It's just, it's fun. It's fun. It's all very fun. Look how serious he is. You know.
Look at him go.
You get some Poison Ivy action. You know, Batman looks good. You get some Harley Quinn. You get
she's a very like well-known stunt woman. The person.
Yeah, she is.
Harley Quinn, and that's the first person I recognized.
That's so funny, because that's the only person I didn't.
Oh, it's interesting. This guy, like, yeah, I would never ever think he's the Riddler. He looks like a board game themed villain.
Right. He has the one question mark, but if it weren't for the one line where he says, "Riddle me this," it's like, how are you like really supposed to know?
That's so weird. Like,
it literally, it kind of play like the scene where he's walking through Arkham, kind of plays like, oh, this looks like the CGI looks like the Mezco's render for their Batmobile. But the scene right here where he's like walking through Arkham, it literally plays like in Amazing Spider-Man 2 at the end in the secret cameo where he's walking through the basement of cameos.
So funny.
The basement of Easter eggs or whatever. Yeah. I mean, it's don't let any of this detract from the film. It's well made. It's good. Here's Poison Ivy. Here's Killer Croc. But, you know, it's just like little cameos, you know, stuff that they just were able to get a little additional budget for.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, the chunk of it is him, like, talking to Joker.
Yeah, monologuing with.
Right. Or dialoguing, I would say.
Dialoguing, yeah, not monologuing. Two of them.
It's mostly Joker that's doing the monologuing, if anything.
Is the Joker? Is this the guy that got really popular because his cosplay was so good? Is this the same guy?
No, I don't know if that's the same guy, but this guy has been like the director of all these like superpower beatdowns.
Oh,
and all that
okay,
stuff.
Never mind. Restart your stream. It's all like,
oh, my bad.
It's like deep fried.
I mean, this is fun. I mean, I definitely liked it. It's like an episode of animated series. It's you know, short, digestible, and like cool. It's a fun Batman, you know, story. I mean, he looks great. That's a good looking Batman.
That is a pretty good look, for sure.
He's fucking ripped, jacked up, baby. I think that's about it for this. Like one little like after credits scene or whatever, but it's like, you know, same thing. Just a fun little secret cameo. Oh, isn't that cute? Isn't that cute little cameo? Cheek right there. You know. Yeah, I do recommend people watch this. Yeah, it'll be fun. You can watch our ads to the podcast. Have a good time.
That's true. Very true.
What else is there?
I guess the last thing we can talk about in terms of TV and film is speculations for Winter Soldier and whatever. Fuck!
And Bucksworth. What's his
Bucksworth! Name? Oh, crap.
Whatever Buck you short for.
Red Falcon.
Red Falcon.
Is that his name? What the fuck? I'm having Falcon. Red Falcon. Yeah, it's so late. I'm having like the worst.
I mean, you could have said Black Falcon, so it wasn't all that.
I would have never ever said that.
I think that was their. I don't even know. Whatever.
Yeah. I'm pretty stoked. It's interesting having like this break from like MCU stuff this week. I think they put something out, like it was like a small behind the scenes. I don't know. I didn't see 3 dozen like conspiracy videos about MCU shit. Like, so I don't think they put anything out, did they?
I think they put out one new trailer, but that's it.
They put out some clips, right? In it, because
Maybe,
because like, yeah, dude. Like, I mean, I'm just like everybody else. I love like taking part like in the community aspect of like the MCU universe. Like, of course, like we all go like we like thumb through YouTube and like we watch a couple of like theory videos and stuff like that. All that stuff is cool.
That's just a theory.
Oh Christ. But like yo, man, like it's just like after a while, like give it a break. I mean, like after just I don't know, dude. Like
after all the WandaVision, like crazy speculation, I think this might be just the thing for people to like reel back their expectations a little bit.
Yeah, like I don't know, like, but I saw like those clips, right? Of Winter Soldier. Sorry, I don't know what is the fucking show called. Falcon and whatever. What is it?
Yeah, Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Falcon and the Winter Soldier. All right,
it's next week. Comes out on Friday.
Not Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
So Tyron Weston says they did an hour-long making of video. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, that's what came out this week instead of an episode.
All right, tight. So it's pretty safe to say there's no footage or anything, no new footage in that or anything. Otherwise, there would have been like 100 videos. But like that being said, there were like a couple of theory videos on like those like small clips that they put out for Falcon and Winter Soldier. Like, did you watch those clips, Fabio, or no? How about you, Rick? Do you watch any of those?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I watched all the clips pretty much.
Yeah, same here. So like it's just like banter between, you know, Sam and Bucky. But like one thing was like they were having an argument about like wizards and shit, and then Sam mentions that like the big three like bad guys in like what he sees are either like aliens, robots, or wizards. So like a lot of people are speculating that like that everything in this phase is like about like magic users and whatnot, and it'll culminate in like multiverse, which can be cool. Like, I mean, I like am on like a pretty big media blackout in terms of like this show, because I'm excited for the show, of course. Like, I didn't watch anything about WandaVision either before it came out, like maybe 2 trailers or whatever. So I'm excited to see where Falcon and Winter Soldier goes. Like, I think it'd be cool. It's a cool like palate cleanser after having so much, like, everything about WandaVision was like shrouded in mystery and shit like that on a week to week basis. I think it'd just be cool if like, you know, Falcon and Winter Soldier is just like a cool like buddy cop series where like there's no fucking detective work to be done or anything like that. It's just 2 guys like, you know, crushing bones for like 10 episodes. Whatever.
I don't think it's going to be quite so much of like a, you know, emotional and like psychological thriller like Wanda kind of had its elements of. I think this is going to be more like a spy thriller, you know, like if it's even like a little in tone like the Captain America, the Winter Soldier, this will be amazing because that's probably still one of my favorite MCU films of all.
I'm sure there's watchers out there that don't even like to watch trailers and know what happens in trailers, so I won't say anything. But it definitely like you can kind of see where the show's gonna go with everything, and it's definitely like a spy thriller, like establishment, them versus the establishment kind of thing.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, especially from like we know that somebody's cast as a certain character in the show, so it kind of does seem like you know there's going to be some like there's going to be good conflict there on top of like the spy thriller aspect of it. So yeah, it's gonna be sick.
I gotta watch this this clip because I did hear that it came out, but I just haven't seen it. The clip you're talking about, Pancho.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, honestly, I feel like you just skip it, man. Just wait for it to pop up in the show. Might even be funnier. I don't know.
We're getting a Zemo. I want that Zemo as a figure. That coat that he wears.
Yeah,
super
cool
sick.
coat.
All right.
Sick.
Let's see. Are either of you guys gonna watch the Snyder Cut or no?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm watching it first fucking second it goes live.
Yeah.
I always say this, man, about everything that I give shit. I only give shit to things because I care, man, because I love it, this shit. I met Zack Snyder. He brought the fucking Batmobile in front of us. He let us all touch it and like look inside the Batmobile and whatnot. Like, I love this shit. I don't
He
want
offered me
them to
lollipops
do
and candy canes. Like,
Yeah, he told me.
don't tell an
He
adult.
told me he would. He told me, "Have you ever heard of the Bryan Singer pool parties?" Well, this is the same thing.
No.
But have you?
And, like, I want this shit to succeed, man. I want this all to do good. I fucking love DC just as much as I love Marvel, man. Like, I want this shit to do good. That's the only reason I'm so hard on it. I give everything a shot. And I've been meaning to say these past few weeks, Poncho, man, I'm gonna give you some props. I don't know why, but Venom has become like something that I've rewatched a lot, and I fucking hated that movie.
Oh, damn.
I hated that film. I hated it when it came out. I was like, this is fucking dumb. And just give it. I've been giving it a shot, man. And I've rewatched it a couple times. Like, man, you know what? This is a pleasant film. This is a good movie.
He's a nice boy.
That's funny,
he's
Rick.
a
I was
nice guy.
literally trying to watch it last night. I was trying to find which service might have had it.
Yeah, I illegally watched it.
That's
I didn't like it enough to pay for it.
Yeah, I'm watching that Snyder Cut, man. I just rewatched all of the DC Cinematic Universe because of it.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I mean, I still can't take that Harley Quinn. Sorry, I've tried. I keep falling asleep. I can't take it. I keep falling asleep. You know, it's Margot Robbie's not my first pick. I'm not really a huge fan of the interpretation, but it's just, I don't know, man. The film doesn't grab me. That whole Birds of Prey shit.
Come on, she loves egg sandwiches. What's the problem?
Yeah, man. I'm ready. I'm ready for this fucking Snyder Cut, man. I'm sick and tired of I'm sick and tired of waiting. You know, I'm down for it. I'm ready for it. I'm watching it the second it comes out. And yeah.
I'm just like, I'm so taken aback by like how many people like actively want this to fail. Like they're already convinced, like, yo, this movie's gonna suck. Why do you guys care about this? It's like, it's a completely different movie. First of all, it's literally twice as long as the original. It's more than twice.
That's
if nothing else, it's twice the movie. Like, you know, we don't know what the story entails and how different it is from what it, you know, became originally. But I'm just like, it's weird to me that so many people are already like convinced how much this sucks just because obviously the first one sucked. But they're missing the point that that's why this is exciting and why anyone is excited for it is because the first one sucks so much. Now they're getting a chance to do literally twice the movie, like 2 years later. Like, that's fucking unheard of.
Yeah.
If nothing else, for morbid curiosity, why would you want this to fail?
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Like, you know, I give these movies a hard time, sure, sometimes, but I don't want them to fail. Why would I want them to fail? If this fails, like, well, we got to wait 10 years for another universe to build. Like, bro, I don't want that shit. I want this shit to succeed, you know?
Right.
I don't know. I can't understand people like that. Same with, like, Star Wars. Like, these guys are always ready to, like, this Star Wars thing is gonna fucking suck. I don't want it. Like, come on, man. Why? Why do you want it to suck? Like, I want McFarlane's next wave to make me look like an idiot on here.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I want him to leave me speechless, man. I want these movies to wow me into, like, damn, man, I sound like a dummy because this movie's the shit. Like now with Venom, like, I'm happy that I like Venom. I'm not like fucking gonna be bitter about it and be like, well, I hated it 2 years ago, so I'm just gonna still hate it now because I said it once. You know, I'm always open to change my mind and to fucking hope for the best, man. Why would I hope for the worst? That's so terrible. Can't imagine that.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
mean, we got a few in the chat right here. John Papa Sergio, he's already like, yeah, it's twice the suck.
I knew John would say something.
Of course.
I want them to do good, man. I don't know. Zack Snyder was a really happy-go-lucky nice guy when I met him, so I want.
I mean, he honestly seems like a good dude, and like I get what he's doing with his movies. Like, I'm someone who saw Sucker Punch and like didn't fucking think it was the worst movie ever. I didn't think it was great, but I'm like, oh, this is cool. You know, it's fucking slow motion like anime chicks fighting like with giant robots. Like, what's the problem? It's just literally like a popcorn flick, and his, you know, slow motion aesthetic, you know, take it or leave it. I personally like it. I'm like, yeah, this is cool. It looks dope in slow motion. It worked in 300. It worked in what should never have been a real fight scene in a Watchmen movie. It worked in, like, you know, I just like seeing that shit because I guess it reminds me of another movie that is like not really like beloved, but Henry Cavill was in it too, and I thought it was like a highly rewatchable like cable classic. Like it's on TV, you're gonna stop what you're doing and watch it. You ever seen Immortals with Henry Cavill?
Oh yeah, of course.
Dude, that movie is so lit, but it's not a great movie. But the visuals of it,
yeah,
like
the visuals, yeah.
that fight scene with that Titan Man fucking slaps.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
That is. I remember I saw that movie in theaters, and like admittedly, like parts of it were not great, but like it's one of those movies where like you get to like one set piece in the film, and it's like it blows everything out of the waters like so much. You immediately are like, all right, this is pretty all right. This is pretty cool. Right? That's the only thing I can remember. Like from that movie, the only thing I remember from that movie is how like rad that whole fight scene was, and like how like different it was from other fight scenes. Like you got the sense of like whether or not they that was the intent, like you got the sense of like super speed and whatnot, or like people like slowing time. It was like really cool, dude. I thought it was pretty tight.
Yeah. So this, to go back to even Man of Steel, I think Man of Steel had one of the best like super powered human, super powered individual fight scenes of all time. Like forever we've been waiting to see fucking Superman getting punched through buildings and like slicing them in half with the sheer force of the punch. Like that's all shit we wanted to see on screen forever. And like Zack Snyder is kind of the guy who's good at those types of visuals and the big set pieces and stuff. And yeah, BVS, like, overall, I liked it, but obviously I fucking hated the Martha scene, and I'm in the theater watching it, and I'm literally just like, that's how this is gonna go?
Yeah, I just rewatched that film, and I was like, man, this is a good movie, but that Martha scene was literally just like the only thing that fucked it up.
It kills it, right?
Yeah.
But
everything else felt very Bruce. Like, people are like, why would Bruce fight him? Like, dude, he does this all the time. He makes assumptions on Superman and wants to take his ass down. Like, this isn't far-fetched or anything like that. Like, just that Martha thing, man. God.
Yeah, that Martha, that's just like, it was just a bad, like, it felt like it was badly acted too. Like, sucks for Henry Cavill and everything, but like, there's just they were literally challenging him to act his way out of a paper bag with that shit.
Yeah,
like,
there was no good direction on that.
No,
he didn't.
But that was one bad moment, I still enjoyed the movie overall for because I'm seeing the forest for the trees. You know what I mean? And when I think of, I don't let one bad aspect of a movie really like ruin the entire thing for me.
Yeah,
so if we go to wrestling, did you watch AEW Revolution last week? Amazing exploding barbed wire death match between Jon Moxley and Kenny Omega for the AEW World Championship ends in an absolute sputter because the pyro did not go off. And now all anyone talks about is like, well, the whole match is ruined because the explosion didn't go off at the end. I'm like, yeah, well, something went wrong. It didn't go as planned. It failed. It didn't go the way it should have, and it was badly received. But I'm not gonna let that take away from the fact that the rest of the fucking match was amazing, and these dudes fucking busted themselves open for our music.
No, yeah, I agree. Like I said, when the other day I was rewatching Justice League is the one that has that end clip with Lex Luthor, right?
Yeah,
yes.
No, that's BVS. That's BVS.
Oh, no, with Deathstroke, isn't that
with Deathstroke? Yeah, that's Justice League.
Yeah, and I was just like, man, Jesse Eisenberg was given terrible direction here. How about we start a league of our own? I was like, oh my god, man! Like somebody couldn't have taken you to the side, like, man, you got to give like anger in this, like I don't know, man. I was just like, damn, like, am I gonna let that like one end clip like leave me like, fuck this damn movie? Yeah.
It's the one thing I will say that's interesting is like I've heard it's happening in chat right now, but I hear it all the time. Is like, Snyder's movies seem like they're like super bleak and depressing and stuff like that, especially like Superman movies. I mean, like, I will not say one thing or the other, but like the most interesting Superman stories to me are when there's like some sort of like diversity or challenge. Like, of course, yes, the character of Superman to me is like incredible, like the symbol of hope, all that shit, like very happy, saving people, smiling and shit, like, fucking geeking at people and whatever. That's great, man. But like, I I truly don't want to watch a 2-hour movie of Superman going around and like saving people and like everything just being cool with Superman and him just having like I don't know, like a hard fight with like a guy that punches harder than he does or some shit like that. Like Superman is the most interesting to me when there is some sort of like personal disadvantage or some shit like that. Something that he can't like, I don't know, like fight his way out of. That stuff is like cool to me. So like, I guess in that sense, like those movies like that, that's where I give them like a chance because I'm interested to see that aspect and side of the Superman character. But of course, much like everybody else, I want to see like super dope Superman, like superhuman fights. And that's also another like shining aspect of like Snyder's like style of directing. Like I truly believe that like Superman versus Zod is like one of the most like incredible fight scenes between two superpowered people like in cinema. Like I can't think of a single one where if I think of like two truly like god level beings fighting, like I can't think of another thing that's quite as like the spectacle as that. Of course there's like the narrative disadvantage of like them like, you know, Superman is a guy that like saves people. He's fighting in a city full of people. Like that's fucking weird, of course, duh. But like visually, it's like rad.
But this was also, but I don't, you know, that's one of those things that I feel is kind of a bullshit complaint because like,
let's go.
You know, it's not you saying it necessarily, but just that overall complaint with like, oh man, you know, the whole fucking city got destroyed. Like, yo, watch any fucking episode of the Justice League cartoon. That city gets destroyed every fucking day.
That's also
like,
true.
This shit happens all the time, and they don't even put in contrived lines where one dude goes on a radio and is like, oh, it's a good thing we cleared out that building. Like, nobody does that in the cartoon.
Not just that, every single Marvel movie.
Right.
Are destroyed, man. Every time. The only one that didn't was Doctor Strange, and that's only because he turned back time. Like literally every other movie, cities are destroyed, and not just that, but that was Clark's first time fighting anyone.
Yeah,
exactly.
And of his own strength at that, like, you know, this motherfucker's seen for the first time somebody hit as hard as he is. I'm sure he's not like in the middle of getting his ass kicked, like, oh fuck, why am I in the middle of the city?
Yeah,
like, you know, I'm sure that's like, fuck, man, it sucks that this shit is getting ruined, man, but this guy's beating my fucking ass. Like, you know, I don't know. I give it a little leeway, and I also really like that the follow-up film wasn't just another like big bruiser. You know, it was Batman was taking it to his ass. You know, Batman, he was gonna fucking die just before that Martha shit. Batman was beating his fucking ass.
Geeky Fresh says, "Are we guys gonna give Superman and Lois a shot?" And he's also tired of evil Superman, which I read both of those comments because it kind of goes hand in hand. I'm liking Superman and Lois so far because they've introduced like an evil Superman kind of plot. And I'm like, okay, let's see where this is going. But I like the way they're doing it because kind of spoilers, I guess, for that show. But it's a CW show. Like, come on, it's not some crazy lore drop or whatever. But Superman gets attacked by a dude in like a Doom guy suit in episode 1. And it's revealed to be, you know, he says like, oh, you did this like to my world. You destroyed my world, all this stuff. And then it's revealed that he's a Lex Luthor from another Earth where Superman like fucking went evil. And now he's come to our Earth and he's trying to kill this Superman before supposedly he goes evil. So I'm like, all right, that's interesting. I'll deal with the two brothers and their drama in high school, you know, because they have kids. I'll deal with Superman's kid drama or whatever if, you know, see how this stuff plays out.
Yeah, my problem is just that I hate that guy that's been casted as Superman. He's from Teen Wolf. Like, that guy just doesn't look like Superman to me. But you know what is a good show? I don't know if you've seen it. Is Stargirl. That's a fantastic show that takes the campiness to the perfect level. Highly recommended. It's very fun.
It does. I actually did see that show. I saw that whole show. Poncho, I told you about it. I liked it. I did like it. I thought it was super fucking ridiculous though.
Oh, it's absolutely ridiculous and super campy.
In a TV show where you have literally, I think the Legion of Doom, right? What do they call themselves? The Injustice Society. You have
the Injustice Society.
They have the actual Injustice Society, and they're not even the most evil people on the TV show because, like, the mean girl in high school shares nudes of one of the main girls, like live while the girl is like giving her speech as class president. She's there in the auditorium and she like quickly texts something out, and everybody in the auditorium picks up their phone and gets the girl giving the speech's nudes like live while it's happening. And I'm like, yo, like that's possession, brother. That's possession, brother. Child pornography, brother. Like that's the most evil shit I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that shit was pretty fucked up.
and like, to the show's credit, like they do kind of like reveal the mean girl in high school to like not just be a mean girl in high school. Like she's that for a reason, but like it's, you know, it was so ridiculous. I couldn't even like believe it. I'm like, what the fuck is this show? Is this really happening? And it's even worse because, you know, there's that teen drama and shit, and like the girl who gets her nudes leaked, her parents fucking hate her. Like just completely have disowned her. She's school and home, and that's it. No socializing, none of that shit. And like they're just like, no, we're completely disappointed in you. There's no chance at redemption for you, daughter. And then the dad just goes back to watching sports. Like that's depressing. Fuck all this shit everybody's complaining about right here. Like, no, that's actual depressing shit right there.
That scene,
not Superman like pondering under dramatic lighting whether he should like take up the mantle of Earth's savior. Like, it's not.
That scene was super fucking sad when that dad just tells her to go fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, damn, this dude is cold as fuck. My daughter got like humiliated by everybody in the town, but I'm the one that's like ruined.
Yeah, she's literally the victim, and I liked the way that the show handles that too, because Stargirl is on that girl's side, and the girl is like, I never should have shared those photos, or I never should have sent those photos. And Stargirl's like, well, the guy should never have shared them, because she thought she was like sending it to her boyfriend, but the mean girl got a hold of it, and that's how she shared it. But she was like, oh, I should never have sent those photos, and Stargirl's like understanding, like, no, you're allowed to do that. The boyfriend should not have shared the photos. He's the one in the fucking wrong here.
Yeah, she was so used to everybody else telling her that it was her fault that she believed it.
Right. But yeah, Random Collector, check out Superman and Lois. It's actually pretty good. It's solid. I'll say it's solid. I'm enjoying it so far. Better than Batwoman, I'll say that. I like Batwoman too, though. Like I really can't hate bad TV shows because I've worked on enough where I'm like, okay, I get it.
Great reason.
Honestly.
First few seasons of Arrow were fantastic.
Wait, Christopher Miller says straw man argument. About what? What did I straw man argument?
Let's go.
Let's see.
This is my favorite part of the podcast.
Right?
I mean, when we specifically argue with one person in chat.
Yeah.
And we gotta wait for the delay.
Calling you up.
Who are you calling a straw? What's going on here? What's straw man argument? Come on, brother bear.
I mean, it's ultimately it's like you can like whatever you like. I'm not trying to convince anybody to like anything that I like, and I really hope that nobody is trying to convince us to dislike something that we like. Literally, just like, you know, stating my, you know, the opinions for why I have arrived at these conclusions more than anything.
You guys can hate Zack Snyder in the DC.
Yeah, whatever.
It's just like, don't you hate just hating it? Like, that's
right? Like, why? I just don't understand. You know, like, you know, I'll leave names out of it, but I see people that we're like friends with on Facebook who otherwise share very like hustle and grind type of stuff. Go out there and get your best life. Be good to everyone around you. Do this, do that, you know, live positive impacts on everything. But then also leaving comments on like, I don't know, like somebody posted an article about this girl was cast in this Marvel movie. And then this person will comment and be like, who the fuck is that? And why should I care, basically? Like, okay, so all this posting all this positivity shit and it's like, oh, I've never heard of this person, so why the fuck should I care? Like, taking your time out of your day to do that is just, like, I don't get that shit. That makes no sense to me. Like, if I truly am like, what the fuck is this? I don't care about this. I just leave. I move on with my day. I don't sit there and, like, dwell on it and try to convince people to also dislike this thing. Tac Customs. I like you too, big boy. He says hi from the UK. This is probably early morning from him. He's waking
up.
Mezco,
Fabio. Incredible. Don't get him
Is he
revved
having?
up.
Is he having a? Is he having a bottle of water?
Oh no.
I know. Dave Johnson was like, "We don't fucking talk like that up here," so I'm just fucking around.
I have one British friend on another Discord server, and every time he comes on, I do an Australian accent and pretend it's his accent.
Incredible.
Oh my god! Anytime I talk to one of my British friends, I always talk to them about cheese toasties.
Oh my god!
They're always like, "Oh man, I gotta go." I was like, "What are you gonna do? Go make yourself a cheese toasty? What's going on?" And they was like, "Why are you bringing up a cheese toasty right now?"
Right. You should tell him that you're grilling a cheese and see how he feels about that.
I'm grilling a what? Or the age-old debate of like, "Hey man, those biscuits are scones." What?
Oh Christ! We had that conversation with Elliot.
Elliot settled the debate, man, and so did Dave. That we weren't wrong.
I love when we try accents and fail at them, but I love more than anything hearing other accents do American accents. Oh, it's the funniest shit in the world to me. It's always something along the lines of I'd like a cheeseburger with fries. That's
it. Yeah.
I'm getting this gun to protect my family.
Oh shit. Incredible. I feel like we can't top that. You want to do plugs and get out of here?
We can do plugs and get out of here. Why not?
Oh no! Before Tac Customs hit us with £5. I'm currently having tea and crumpets in my castle. Oh, thank you so much, man.
Appreciate that, Tac. Wake it up and just drop it a $5 on us real quick. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Tell the queen we say what's up. We know she's not a racist.
Right, of course. No, that.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm a Piers Morgan guy from way back.
Dude.
So I'm literally crying, y'all.
Oh man.
Let it be known. You know what's even funnier about that? I heard this recently. The whole reason that Piers Morgan is really pissed about the Meghan Markle thing is because I guess he they went on a date once and then she never called him back because later after their date she went to go see Prince Harry, who would then become her husband and everything. So he's literally salty that he never got a call back and that she went with the prince.
I guess on the date where they were, Prince Harry was there and he introduced her. And that's what happened. I guess they were at some party and he was like, "Oh yeah, this is Prince Harry. Hey, Prince Harry, this is my friend, Meghan Markle." He's all mad. Then homie swoops. Come on, man. You're 60 years old, brother. Come on.
In high school, I had a friend who introduced his girlfriend to his other friend who had this really bad car. He ended up cheating on him.
And her excuse, I'm sure, was "Did you look at the car?"
For years, he was like, "Man, I shouldn't ask that guy for a ride home." Fuck.
God damn. Amazing. All right. Let's get these plugs. Let's get out of here. I gotta make myself a cheese toasty.
Oh no.
Now you're talking.
What's going on in your world, Rick? What's up? What are you?
Yeah, man.
What are you making money on now?
I'm still. Oh, dude, I just bought a pair of Supreme Dunks the other day.
Dude, you got them. I was so pissed.
I got them $130 and going for $1,000 buckarooskies.
Oh God, I hate
Unreal.
it. Doesn't work. I'm convinced.
Yeah, I'm too good at it, man. I've been doing Supreme for just forever, so I was in and out of there like a damn bandit.
Damn.
Yeah. So I don't know. Follow me on Instagram, RickDom2345. I'm sure I'll say some sort of controversial shit on there at some point. And you'll love it. You'll love it. We'll bring it up on here, and we'll talk it out.
You can follow me on Instagram too, Poncheezy. I'm doing some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, man. I'm liking those head sculpts, Poncho. I need the cat.
Oh God.
I need
the aliens. I need the aliens.
I'm gonna tell you this, Poncho. If I see somebody else with a fucking skull and a cat before me, it's on sight for your ass. It's on fucking sight.
Let's see what the con.
Dude, you gotta do a separate skull that goes on top of the regular Bill's head, so you could have like Cubone Bills.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, hey man, what the fuck? Why the hell does Kaiju Collective 246 have the damn Bill skull before me? What the fuck is going on here? He's laughing his ass to the bank. Oh, look at his castmate. He doesn't have the skull yet.
Incredible.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm doing head sculpts.
Poncho loves to sell things online, by the way, if you guys didn't know.
No, don't do that shit.
No, he doesn't like it.
He's got a Shopify.
This damn thing sucks.
Fucking thing sucks.
Yeah, man. I am. A random collector says, "Yo, Poncho, you ever learn how to make a ball yet? Not quite, my friend. Fuck. I hate all these stupid fucking inside jokes. Anyway, I'm sculpting stuff. Not primitive shapes, not spheres quite yet. But that's what I'm doing. Working through auras as well. Rounding the finish line of wave 4 right now. And then wave 5 will go up, I don't know, probably around like June, whenever hit comes up, so I can capitalize on the time stop effect. so it'll be pretty tight. Aside from that, I don't know, I might do, I don't want to fucking sell these head sculpts, but you know, whatever, dude. it's just, I might, who fucking knows? Famous last words.
Everybody
can go is to follow Poncheezy.
Oh no.
Yeah, everybody spam Poncho's DMs asking for specific head sculpts that he absolutely can't do.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's the one thing Poncho likes to make clear is that his DMs are wide open. You can slide right.
Yeah.
Oh,
hey Poncho, there's this character from this show that I really like, and I'd really love a head sculpt of him. You could sculpt that. And I hope it'll cost me $20 for you to sculpt a brand new thing for me and print it out.
Incredible.
Thanks. Shipped.
And it's the mean girl from Stargirl.
Oh no. You know what I'll give you for free? I'll give you a reply that says, "Oh yeah, that'd be pretty tight. Maybe one day."
That's a bullshit toy company answer, brother.
Oh no. Hey, also, if I've ever actually hit you with that reply, I'm sorry. I'm very sincere when I sent this out.
Yeah, there's people watching the podcast like, what the fuck? He totally sent me that 2 months ago when I gave him an idea for an aura.
Oh no. Yeah, so that's what I'm up to. I'm thinking about like doing, I don't know what it is mentally. I'm more prepared to do like a giveaway for a cat head than like the anxiety that comes along with selling them and charging people money for a product, and then like down the road going like, this thing kind of stinks. Like I fucking paid money for this shit. So like I might do a giveaway for like a couple. I think it'd be pretty cool. Unpinned, of course. Not gonna do all that shit. So
wait, Tac Customs wants a Piers Morgan sculpt.
No!
and he wants a Sharon Osbourne to go with it.
Oh Christ! Oh no.
Well, yeah, you got to throw her under the bus too. I mean, she sided with him. She agreed with him in any way.
Yeah, she looked like she's about to be fired. So.
Oh boy.
Sorry, Sharon.
Jose, they just fired me from the View.
Sharon.
Jose, you'll never believe this.
They called me a bloody racist. After
7 years old, how could I ever be a racist?
That was great. I say this because I love them.
Yeah, you remember Kelly Osbourne like 5 years ago? Oh yeah, Donald Trump, if you hate Mexicans, is gonna clean your toilet.
No.
What's with that family?
Who's gonna make your taco bowls at Trump Tower? Okay, we shouldn't. It's enough. We're getting political.
The worst shit ever. Anyway, so I make head sculpts. That's really it. I'm gonna start streaming soon again. I don't know. I took a month break. Like people were like, "Come!" Like, of course, my DMs are always open. Christ, what? But people hit me up. I am okay. People. Thank you for people reaching out and in concern, asking me if I was cool because I haven't streamed in a while. Yeah, I don't know. Work's nuts. And then I produce this podcast every week. So I get my streaming hours with this. We've gone for like 4 hours. So whatever.
That's fantastic.
So
The
like
best
yeah,
streams usually do.
that's true. But like yeah, I'm cool. I'll start streaming again soon. I will say that the podcast for next week won't be on Saturday. I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't want to skip a week. Maybe we'll do like something early on Wednesday. I don't know. We'll play it by ear. Fabio, maybe...
Wednesday would be great for me actually, because
Wednesdays are fine for me. You know, It is Wednesday, my dudes.
It is Wednesday. It is Wednesdays, my dude.
It is. It would have been.
That's true. And then the last thing I'll say is once again, thank you everybody for donating to get the stream deck. As of course we've been fucking with it the entire stream, and I would say it's certainly at the value to the podcast. You guys can't see, but the JJ laugh. You guys can hear the JJ laugh, but it shows up on screen too. The Nani, Steve Harvey Nani shows up on stream as well. Snoop Dogg rage quitting at Madden shows up on stream too.
Fuck this shit.
Yeah, it's his bot. It's like his like head cut out like from the stream. It's just
That's
that.
So good.
Surprise motherfucker shows up on stream too.
Surprise, motherfucker.
and then everything else is just the sound bites as well. But yeah, we got a bunch of cool shit. We got like I'm trying to figure out a way to squeeze this in somewhere.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Trying to figure out where to find that. We'll find it somewhere. And then son of a bitch at Boog's request.
You son of a bitch.
Incredible. A bunch of stuff coming to the soundboard. This like essentially, dude, I can put as much shit on this. Now that they allowed you to put folders inside of folders, you can have as many fucking sound clips in this thing as you want. So
we gotta open that up to the audience too. Like we need suggestions for clips too now.
Absolutely. So if you've made it this far in the podcast and you have like a soundbite that you think would be funny to throw in as a reaction or whatever during the stream, comment below, and then I'll try and take.
I have a soundbite we need.
Let's go.
I thought we was taking turns.
Yes.
Immediately.
We need his clothes whack.
Oh shit! Yeah. Whenever we talk about Mezcos, baby, that's what we need. And then I'm gonna put no head next week as well. All greats, man. But yeah, I brought this up just to say thank you to everybody who donated. A huge thank you to everybody who donated this week as well. I think we had a ton of donations this week. It was unbelievable. And then, like Boog said,
we got international money this time, baby.
That's true. Yeah, exactly.
Conversion rate.
That's it. Some plastic money this time, baby. Let's go. But like
here real quick with a stick around from Arnold. That's a good one too.
Oh my God, stick around.
You want the party, Richter?
Oh, see you at the party, Richter.
I mean, it's gonna be a whole folder of Arnie, if anything.
Incredible.
We need all of them.
Absolutely. Like Boog said earlier, all future donations will, of course, go into the podcast as well. There's a lot of improvements we can make, and we're excited to see where all this incredible money takes us, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Incredible.
Don't warm it up.
But yeah, that's it for me. Follow me on Instagram. Suggest a head sculpt I make. I don't fucking know. What about you, Fabio? What do you got going on? And take us out, baby. Let's go.
All right. So they call me Fobster360. I'm here on YouTube. I'm on Twitch. I'm on Instagram as well. Follow me there for my toy photography. Here on YouTube, doing Mezco coverage, talking stuff about collecting Mezco. I tried to do a stream this week, actually. Speaking of live streams, I legit tried to do a fucking unboxing stream for my bodega box when it came in, and I could not get my software to work. But I spent all day working on the graphics and then like putting it together so that I would have the overlay, and then the actual like streamer, which is built into my graphics card, would not work. It would not send its signal to YouTube and allow me to go live. It worked for like 5 minutes and my audio was terrible, kind of like how it went earlier in the podcast. And then when I tried to reset it, I just couldn't get it to work again. But I am working on getting the live stream presence up, doing unboxings and general discussions and maybe have my own kind of conspiracy talk segment and break down all the latest, Mezco happenings as they come in as signals from the sky.
Oh, let's go.
when that extra star in the constellation of the Big Dipper starts to twinkle and then dart away at a motion that is completely impossible by human engineering standards, you'll know Mezco has dropped some new knowledge, and I'm here to make sure that it gets interpreted correctly.
Incredible.
Do it live.
We'll do it live. And we'll always do it.
I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Right. So I got that going on my channel. I also just did a little guest spot on my friends at God Hates Geeks, their show called The Toy Kind of Mood. Big diorama extravaganza episode breaking down a bunch of my 12 world sets and then our history with dios and what we love about them. It was a great, fun show. It's actually a 2-part show. So the first part dropped yesterday. Go check that out, God Hates Geeks. Subscribe so you're there for part 2 next week. It's going to be sick. Appreciate the support for them as well. If you love us, if you love me, go check out God Hates Geeks. They're a bunch of really great dudes. Other than that, that is it. I think I'll go ahead and take us out. As always, everybody, thank you so much for the subscriptions, for the donations, for everything you have done to help us make this such a wonderful, wonderful podcast live stream. And as always, don't forget to rate, comment, and subscribe. And until next time, peace.